Carl,
Okay,
this is massive news, guys, breaking out.
Okay, we've got videos coming out from the skies of Jerusalem. You can see the skies of Jerusalem have been lit up. Also, okay, let me just what else? I'm hearing some
I'm
explosions
seeing
in
reports
Haifa
of
as well. You're breaking up.
Yeah, and NSA, you broke up.
I said reports
Also,
are showing
Didi,
I don't know if you can hear me, 5 to 7 missiles, but I think there's probably more.
We're getting videos now of missiles over Tel Aviv. We're seeing missiles over Tel Aviv right now as well.
Missiles are hitting Tel Aviv too.
Yeah, we've heard loud dispersed, but yeah, for sure.
Or is it because they're so strong that they feel it all the way in the bunkers and it feels like they're hitting Tel Aviv? I don't know.
No, we've got reports that it's hit Tel Aviv as well.
Yeah.
Big explosions in Jaffa.
A lot of bunkers have failed.
Make Jaffa great again. Yeah, that's. Oh wait, what? What was that, Josie? That you just said?
A lot of bunkers are failing people right now.
As in, what do you mean
Yeah,
by
I
that?
mean,
What do you
that's
mean
not.
by that? People are unable to get to the bunkers or what?
Collapsing.
That's not surprising because, like, it's obvious that Israel always put on a front that it cared about its people. It didn't ever really care about the people. It probably built those bunkers just for show. And because they're so cheap, they like to keep the money to themselves and the bankers. They don't really like to take care of anybody, even their own alleged people. I don't even think it's their people. They look at them like numbers too.
Well, it's their property. They're in charge of building their own stuff. But I can tell you right now that most of the properties where the Muslim population of Israel is located, some properties don't even have bunkers. So, you know.
Yeah, that's not surprising either. Israel is a genocidal racist entity. They've always claimed that they take care of so-called Arab Israelis that are really just occupied Palestinians. But this just goes to further showcase that they don't care about them, and there was never such a thing as Arab Israelis.
My
Speaker with
guy.
Didi, go ahead.
Yep. We're getting reports that all 5 missiles were intercepted, which we all know is not true.
Go ahead, Josie, or speaker with Didi. Speaker with Didi, did you have news?
Yeah, Didi, you can go ahead if you're ready.
Yeah, missile fragments are falling down all over occupied Palestine, where it's been. Air raid sirens are all over Jordan. I don't think that the full impact's been had yet. Give me a second. There's a lot of footage coming out. Suleiman, I'm going to be sending this to you on Telegram. A lot of footage
Pretty
from
big
different
news from
countries. No direct impact.
Putin just said that there's 200 specialists in Russia and Iran building 2 more nuclear power plants. And he also said that Russia reached an agreement with the Israeli leadership
We've got some
to
more breaking
ensure their
news.
security.
Well, we've got some more breaking news. I got a video. One second, let me put it up in the nest. The city of Al Khalil just moments ago. You can see some missiles there. Also, just to clarify the statement you made about Trump, I have looked into it, and actually, what it is similar to what you said, but slightly different, which is Trump has approved attack plans for Iran, but is holding off on giving final order to see if Iran will abandon its nuclear program. So the Wall Street Journal is claiming privately he said that he will, but publicly he's not said it yet until he's still waiting to see what happens with Iran, whether they're going to abandon the nuclear program. That is the latest in that. We're hearing both those latest names at the same time. Israel is being hit hard. That's happening right now as well. Let me see what else I've got here. But yeah, do you guys jump in with the news? Anti-NSA, any more news?
While we're waiting for him, guys, the space is seriously hard to get into, like seriously hard. I need everybody to hit the purple pill and go and bookmark this space, like this space, even if you have before, take it off, re-like it and repost it now, please. Clearly there's a lot going on, and this is the best source of news that I've seen. So everybody make sure to do that now, please.
For those tuned in to check out Suleiman's page, his profile, it has a lot of footage that's being released right now. This breaking news is live right now. We're seeing a lot of this footage. Trump breaking just in has approved attack plans for Iran as well, but is holding off on giving final orders to see if Iran will abandon its nuclear program.
Yeah, but
Sources, the
Mo,
Wall
does
Street
that
Journal.
even mean anything? Like, can Trump do anything without approval from Congress?
Well, he's not supposed to be able to do anything without approval
It's
of
always
Congress, but
without
since the
approval.
Zionists have,
It's always
It's
without
always,
yeah,
approval.
yeah.
since the Zionists
Biden,
have spoken.
Look, Biden struck Yemen without approval from Congress. Trump can do it too. He's done it before.
Right. That's one of the biggest issues too going on now in America is that we're fully occupied as well. They're supposed to go through Congress, supposed to be a vote, but it's just genocide or Trump, genocide or Biden. They're just making the decision, Holocaust terrorists. All of them that just they get the text message or they get the email from their genocide or Zionist masters from APAC, and then they just go through with the plans like idiots. And we saw that with Ted Cruz today, or yesterday, I think, with that Tucker Carlson interview, him not even knowing the population of Iran just showcases how stupid, docile, and puppet-like this government
Is
is.
there any news on how much time he's giving Iran to abandon the nuclear program?
Probably not going to be a lot of time. What I'm guessing here is that this is just more gaslighting, more than likely more gaslighting here. We're just going to see the strike happen very soon, and he's going to make the call to attack very soon. Is what I see happening here.
Yeah, just continue to provide the news. There is a hit on Israel right now.
All
We're getting
right.
footage of.
Contrary to
We've not got.
contrary to popular belief, it was 10 missiles that were launched, according to eyewitnesses.
Okay, 10 witnesses likely. Sorry, 10 missiles likely launched, according to anti-NSA. We've got footage of the missiles in the air. We've got no footage at the moment of missiles in terms of collision. You do know that obviously there is a blackout in Israel. They're not allowing the news out. We read the statement from the Israelis earlier on that they're going to imprison anyone who releases footage. So they're clearly trying to keep control of the narrative and keep control of the situation. We'll continue to obviously provide you that information as and when we receive it. Yeah, this is crazy. What else we got? It's also a
Fires
bit hard
breaking
because
out
you
in
got to decipher
Jerusalem.
between the old news and the new news. Go ahead, jump in.
Fires breaking out reported from in Jerusalem could be from fragments, but there are fires breaking out in Jerusalem as we speak.
There's some breaking news here. I'm sure you guys already spoke about this, but Trump has officially deployed the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group to Israel. So U.S. is mobilizing some ships in the
That's actually
Mediterranean
been
Sea
the
right now.
that's been the case. That's been the case.
Yeah, we saw them do the same thing against the Yemen armed forces as well, where they sent ships to defend Israel. So this is why it
They,
won't be surprising to see
Reports
Trump
of
they
a
also
said
fire in
they
the
strike.
said they
Jerusalem
announced that
area caused by rocket fragments. Reports of a fire in Jerusalem caused by rocket fragments. Go ahead, Antianasa.
they announced the Ford yesterday morning. I don't know why they keep announcing that because there's already three. I don't know if Ford was closer. That it makes a difference. It wouldn't show up by itself, but they keep repeating that about the Ford.
Yeah, they're saying that it's closer now to Israel, so-called Israel.
Do you think the media is trying to escalate the conflict by posting these headlines over and over?
Trump's meeting is done in the war
Absolutely.
room. He's concluded the meeting, so we will either hear something or not. Trump has just concluded the meeting in the war room.
Yeah, and we are seeing Wall Street news sources definitely instigating this because they love to make blood money off people suffering here. So we are going to see that, Junior. We're going to see a lot of fake news sources here try to really push for this here, and a lot of it
Just
is the
quick news
genocidal
here.
Israel entity. Yeah, go ahead.
Iran somehow has been able to find a way to send random text messages to people. They're sending videos and pictures of um, everything that happened in Palestine. You know, a lot of the short clips that you probably seen on TikTok or on X that were quite traumatizing for some people. They're sending those randomly in batches to Israelis in bunkers right now.
Is there any
Thank
news on
God.
the interview about the downed F-35 pilot? Is that going to come out soon?
That's
Probably
supposed to be.
not
All right, can
because
we
they're
just
always
guys?
going to
Can we
try to
just
hide
keep it
that.
to the news and then we'll talk about all this stuff in a bit because everyone's just waiting for the breaking news.
The
Yeah,
situation
so they might
room
just drop
has
some breaking news right now.
the
We got
situation.
some breaking news. Trump's meeting in the war room concluded. Go
That's
ahead, Antonio.
that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, so that just concluded. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here.
They said that his orders are on hold. He's assessing the uranium enrichment level. What the hell is that, Joe?
This is crazy. This is sad, man. Like it's just annoying, bro. The Zios just continue to put people into war. It's actually frustrating. Okay, I'm getting information that they sent text but not videos, but again we'll have to verify in terms of in the bunkers. What else?
IDF, per the IDF's telegram, following the situation assessment, the Homefront Command published that it is now permitted to leave protected areas. The public is requested to continue to follow the instruction of the Homefront Command.
What was that again, Didi? Can you just repeat that?
Absolutely. For the IDF's Telegram channel, following the situation assessment, the Homefront Command published that is now permitted to leave protected areas in all areas across the country. The public is requested to continue following the instructions of the Homefront Command.
Okay.
A statement has just been released. Let me read it by the RGC. It says that to the residents of the occupied lands and Al Quds, the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, relying upon the brave Iranian people, have dismantled the air defense systems of the Zionist army in several past operations. And today, the skies of the occupied territories have opened their arms to Iranian missiles and drones. The missile strikes will be precise and continuous, as you saw yesterday. Mossad and Amman military intelligence headquarters, as well as the Air Force bases of the Zionist army, were targeted across various parts of the occupied territories. The commander of the IRGC had warned, the gates of hell will be opened upon you. The missiles of the Aerospace Force will not allow you a single moment outside your ground. So the rest of that's the same as the message. What they, I said. Oh, hold on. It says,
Just
yeah.
some more
It seems
breaking
like the
news.
rest of it's all generic.
Trump's meeting in the war room has concluded as well. The Trump's meeting in the war room has been concluded. Where anti-NSA said that what did you say that he's not concluded or made any decision
He
on not
said
making
he's
any.
assessing the uranium levels and regional outcome. That's what they said.
Okay. Okay, so that sounds like it's legitimate, but we'll have to double check that. But I haven't seen any other source for that, so I'm not posting that one out until I see it. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, guys. If there's any news, you jump in. We're just looking at the news thick and fast as it comes in.
I love how the people of Tehran are just on the streets celebrating right now.
It appears that there was some impact. I'm seeing videos, Suleiman. I'm sending it to your Telegram now for the
Thank
video,
you.
and I'm sending the translation. It looks like there was some impact just hearing from the noise.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just with the videos. I'm not saying this one. It's just whenever you look at it, it's always hard to decipher if they're old or new. That's always be the hard thing. But generally speaking, yeah, I appreciate it. They've got a major media blackout right now. They're not allowing information.
We just said
They've
right
got
now we have
major media blackout right now. They're not
we have
allowing
a
information.
message from the support from the Muslim Brotherhood addressed to Imam Kamimi. The Muslim Brotherhood is the supreme leader of the Islamic nation. We declare our full support to Iran in confronting the savage Israeli aggression and express our condolences for the martyrs. So basically, they released a message of support, just released right now.
For the record, the Muslim Brotherhood does not have anything to do with the resistance in Palestine. I just want to make that abundantly clear.
Okay. They said we have established a fixed pattern for every missile launch. Neither over I forget that. Sorry. I'm getting reports of a new wave of launches. I'm not sure if that's a delayed report. I think we have a fresh new wave.
We'll have to wait and see on that because sometimes information comes out a bit later, so we can never ever decipher if it's all of them new. But there is possibly a second wave on its way to Israel.
Any idea as to what we could be expecting today from Iran? Because they made a statement yesterday that they're going to do something that we're going to remember for centuries from now. So, any idea as to what that could be?
No idea. Just some breaking news out of Balata refugee camp, which has been a hotbed for the past 3 days. The resistance in the West Bank is really trying to push something off. They're under complete siege, along with Jenin and Tul Karam. There are continuous tanks rolling in. Something's going on there too.
Appreciate that. Appreciate every single person we've got on here. We've got 8,400 people in here listening to the live updates. We're obviously 8,500 people here listening to the live updates. We'll continue to provide them. Obviously, some of the information when it's live, take it with a little bit of grain of salt because sometimes it is old news that gets disseminated. But we do try and basically give you the most accurate news possible. And do me a favor, guys. We've got 8,500 people here. Do go to my profile, hit the notifications. Hit me a follow and hit the notifications. The reason I'm saying hit the notifications is if something happens to the space, we can start immediately. The last few times that the space has crashed, we started immediately and automatically went to like 4,000, 2,000 people. So appreciate every single person who does that. If you go to my profile, hit the notifications, you'll be aware as soon as we restart the space if something happens. Back to the news.
And guys, really quick, so the man, before you go back to the news, really quick, guys, we do have a lot of people in here, so I think it's really important that you guys follow the steps in order to do it. So the man just stated right now, which is tuning in and following him. So scroll up. The way that you do it is you open your phone, you log in to the app, you scroll up, you're gonna see a guy in a suit, a handsome looking guy in a suit. It's a gray suit. You're gonna tap his profile picture, and then towards the right, you're gonna see the follow button. Once you hit the follow button, it's gonna have the notifications. You're gonna turn it to always allow. Okay, so that every single time, so that man posts a post, you get the news before the fake stream media puts it out, and when the spaces start, you
just
get hit up
Just some more
immediately.
breaking news. Where's it gone? Oh, flip my misplay. Okay, yes. There are Putin says there are options to ensure Iran's interest in peaceful nuclear energy that alleviates Israel's concerns, and we have presented them to our partners. So they're basically saying there is a way to ensure that there isn't nuclear proliferation, nuclear bombs for Iran, and they can still have nuclear energy. And Putin's figured out a way, and he's presented a plan. Obviously, US don't believe in a plan.
Yeah, breaking related to that. That's probably related to the statement just put out by Putin that he does have a peace plan for Israel and Iran. I haven't got a chance to look at the details,
Yeah,
but he just reported that after the statement that there was 200 specialists in Iran right now, that Israel has been instructed to make sure that they're building two new reactors in Iran. So
yeah.
that's
I said that
completely
again.
new
So thanks.
information.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I did say that. In terms of there's also confirmation if it's true that there is sorry, this is by me figures. If there is a true there is a meeting between Foreign Minister Germany, France, Britain with their Iranian counterparts on Friday in Geneva regarding the nuclear issue, this means that a horizon or a path has been opened to resume diplomacy without direct American-Iranian negotiations due to Tehran's objections. However, with the Trump administration, it can be expected that this would be a new maneuver and maybe preceded by military action. What we got here? Yeah, we got that. Let's see. Okay, cool. Sorry, we're just looking at the news, seeing if anything's coming through.
Breaking news. Rocket interception fragments fell in Ramla, causing a lot of fires.
Public, you're from Ramallah, right?
Yeah, I'm from Ramallah.
Well, I hope they never hit your
Yeah, it
house.
could be.
Public.
It could
It's
be.
Ramla. I don't know. Is that Ramla or Ramallah? I don't know. They're two different
Yeah,
places.
Ramallah. Yeah.
Ramallah.
Wait, I'm sorry. What's going on in Ramallah? I was actually.
Some rocket fragments have hit Ramallah.
Oh, okay. You remember I told you guys earlier that there's a lot of like more than 50 settlements between Nablus and Ramallah. Earlier, somebody mentioned that missiles or fragments were hitting Nablus, but these settlements are all on the mountaintop. So if you see these big cities, In between Ramallah and Nablus, all the mountaintops have settlements on them.
Right. Yep. So, like, basically, guys, those places that they're claiming is getting hit in Palestine, there's settlements. Those are illegal settlements that Israel has installed there, using our tax dollars too illegally. It's just you can't make this stuff up. That's why Iran has the full right to strike there as well, because it's internationally illegally recognized as well by the UN.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
just
Didi.
yeah, just one quick correction. It was Ramle, Ramla, Ramle, Ramle.
Right. That's a very important fix too. So thank you for
Once
that.
once again,
Yeah.
once again at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, Putin stated that Iran has secret locations that are completely intact and have not been hit. He just stated that at the forum.
I just want to clear up this thing that I'm seeing happening on Twitter about this. Trump is waiting for final orders or whatever the thing is. Let us not forget that this is the Wall Street Journal report that came out right before he walked into the Situation Room, and that he already said that on Tuesday to his aides. This is not the result of the meeting that just took place. Whether they come out and tell us what happened in the meeting or not, I don't know, because I don't know if they communicate with us anymore or anything. But that people are reporting this like he just said this. This did not just happen. This is what he said on Tuesday, and so we're still waiting for like the result of the Situation Room meeting. I just needed to clarify that because the way they're reporting it, they're making it seem like
Yeah. Yeah.
Kim,
Definitely. That
Kim,
girl Casey. Yeah. Go ahead.
North, Kim Jong Il just released a statement. North Korea slams Israeli attacks on Iran as an illegal act, a crime against humanity.
Based. And
North
to touch
Korea.
on North Korea is based, man. Shout out to North Korea, Kim Jong Un, man. And then that girl Casey, what you said is facts too. I think Donald Trump already made his decision. I know how contracts and deals work in America, especially when you have attorneys involved and you need things to be done the correct way. I think Trump already signed off the decision to Israel, and he's basically already given Israel the approval to strike whenever they want using the American military to fully involve them on their call, and he's given them the right to make that action.
Iran
I'm
just
I'm getting it. Hold on. I'm getting it.
Iran
And
IRGC just released a picture of some missiles bearing the images of martyr Saeed Hassan Nasrallah and martyr Sinwar, and they released a statement. Indeed, will take retribution from criminals.
Thanks for that, NSA. Josie, you had breaking news as well, or?
And the rabbis and religious organization are using this opportunity to ask people for donation because that's what they do. What a bunch of fucking scumbags.
Didi, you were about to say something. It looked like.
yeah, I'm confirming this, but this is from citing a congressional source per Mayadeen. The Trump administration will deliver a classified briefing on Iran to the Senate early this week, or late this week, or early next week. Sorry, did you
Wait
guys
a
hear me?
minute. Yeah, no, I heard you. I'm stunned. Wait, hold up. A
Yeah, I
classified.
don't. That's why a classified briefing on what Iran's real power is for nuclear development, guys. That's why be very, very careful. We all know. I think it was the Washington Post, right, or the Washington Journal. That's like owned by all the shitheads that are Zio number one. So they're trying. Be very cognizant. The Zionist media is really trying to incite people to want war. Be very careful.
Absolutely. So for those who are tuned in right now, we're breaking the live news. Tel Aviv, also the Situation Room. Trump situation meeting has now ended. Trump has privately approved attack plans on Iran, but is quote unquote holding off to give the final order to see if Iran abandons their nuclear program, which basically means,
Guys,
guys, in
just some more
America.
breaking
Yeah.
news. Let me just quickly give this breaking news, and then I'm just checking the news anyway. Trump's situation the tweets in the next Trump's situation meeting has now ended. Trump has privately approved attack plans on Iran, but is holding off to give the final order to see if Iran abandons their nuclear program. So he's held off until Iran gets orders for its nuclear program. That's the latest news on that. Back to you, Moffat.
Yeah,
Hey,
and
Sully, check
basically, guys, for
DMs.
those who are listening, this means for everyone tuned in that he's already signed off the right for Israel to go ahead with those approved plans if they need to, and whenever they want to. That's the way things work in
We
America.
can't,
Go
but
ahead,
we can't,
Antenna.
yeah, we can't underestimate the statements released from Putin. And imagine that Putin starts to steal Trump's glory and starts laying out negotiation and other deals, because Putin has not released statements. The last hour, we've seen stuff from Putin that we've never seen before. And this is, and when Putin says something, it carries a lot more weight than when Trump says it actually. So I think Putin's going to steal his limelight pretty soon here.
I don't. Okay, so basically, that was just gaslighting that Trump is giving still from that Wall Street report, whatever Wall Street Journal that he did on Tuesday. He's going to wait and see if Iran abandons their nuclear plan. Like, bro, just come out and say what you like. There's no answer. You know what I mean? That's complete gaslighting. That's not a plan. Just say what you're doing. You know what? Just say what you're doing so we could just get over it. You know, like, so we could just, like, come on.
Up,
it's like dangling this carrot. It's so frustrating. It really is. Even though we know what he's doing, I just, come on, just come out and just say it.
The New York Times is reporting, now take it for what it's worth, that Trump said, "I'd like to make a final decision 1 second before."
So ignorant. I'm just so over it, bro. I'm sorry. I'm about to go full ghetto. Let me just close my mic.
I think
he wants to see how much uprising he has. I honestly think millions of Americans would be on the street if he does. I'm not kidding. You have over 80% of people do not support this thing.
Yeah, this will be a really bad look for Trump right here.
And probably like 0.1% of the people who approve of this have actually good arguments for it. 0.1%. I haven't heard any good arguments for it so far. If you find one, let me know.
Listen, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, he's already finished in my, like, the fact that it got to this point where it's like, I'm going to wait till the very last second. We should have never been in this position. Israel should have never been allowed to sit there and wage this kind of unhinged, psychopathic, satanic war on this region, period. If we were a serious country, like everybody keeps trying to pretend that we are, we would have shut that down immediately and said, that's enough. We will cut you off. We will shut you out. Matter of fact, we're coming in and we're arresting you. We're going to take over. That's it. You've had enough. We will dismantle it. That's how it should be. Instead, you got a bunch of senators. Sorry, Suleiman.
Just some more breaking news. I think you probably mentioned it because I just got distracted for a minute. Is that the Trump administration will provide a classified briefing on Iran to the Senate early next week. So the Trump administration will provide a classified Senate briefing early next week. Guys, I kind of went offline for like a minute.
Really quick? What you just said about early next week?
One sec. I kind of went offline for like a minute. Is there any news on the bombing of Tel Aviv? Has that subsided now, or what's happening?
It's subsided for the most part after anti-NSA's last breaking news on Ramla.
And when I sent you a picture, it looks like in this last strike too, it looks like there was one from the old, or the one that we were trying to decide what kind of missile it was, but it looks like they might have had in this latest round that same weird kind of missile too. They did a compilation. It's pretty cool looking.
Hey, that announcement you just made about addressing next week, well, early next week on Monday, that's when the carrier strike force arrives. So I think they're delaying until that arrival. That really coincides, the timing what Trump just said, that coincides with the arrival of the 3 aircraft carriers, the one from UK and the 2 American carrier strike groups. They're on the way right now.
Appreciate that, anti-NSA. The tweets in the nest, there's some images of the different missiles. I guess my question, Truth, are you there? Truth teller? Okay, he's not there. Anti-NSA, a question to you. If you look at the images in the nest, what type of missiles do you think those are? Is it the new missiles, the one we were speaking about, the Silgic, is the Silgil or whatever it's called, and the yeah, is it those or is it a different one?
You know, it's so hard to say with the censorship. I could only go by the eyewitness accounts that said that they
No,
saw.
from the image above. From the image above.
Yeah, well, I couldn't tell because the big deal about the new missile that was launched is it supposedly contained multiple warheads. So without seeing the actual the video, it's really hard to tell from that image. I couldn't tell you for sure. Maybe Truth could, but if it was the new rocket that was launched, I think that we'd be seeing reports about it displaying the same exhaust tail as previously was displayed this afternoon. I think it could have been a hypersonic. I know when they say evade, it's real sketchy. Does that mean it went faster than the rocket? If it went faster than the air defenses, then it was probably just a standard hypersonic missile. And if it evaded, which we would see the tails in the sky. So I'm going to guess that it evaded by outspeeding the air defense. So I'm going to guess they use hypersonics in this case.
I'm waiting to confirm this, guys. I'm waiting to confirm this, so take this with a grain of salt. Farce News Media, though, just said that a new batch is leaving Iran as we speak.
Yeah, I was
Farce
about to
News.
say we're probably gonna find out these different kind of missiles as this goes
I
on because they haven't concluded the wave
Yeah, I
yet.
What
actually,
was that? Did you say there's a new wave?
yeah, there is.
Per Farce
Yeah, there's
Newsy.
a new.
Hold on, guys.
Go ahead.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
Yep. So per Farce News Agency, a batch of heavy missiles launched towards Israel. That was at 5:48 Eastern time. That's what it showed for me. So this just came out.
Actually,
Yes.
A new
I
One
reported
second,
the
please. One
launch.
second, bro, please just let her finish the point because two people are talking at the same time. I'm actually not getting what's going on. So you said a new batch of missiles were launched 2 minutes ago. What was the exact statement?
I'll read it to you right now. Per Farce, and this is by the way coming out from Al Jazeera English, their channel. Farce News Agency, a heavy batch of missiles was launched towards Israel. I'm gonna send this to your DMs now.
Okay, appreciate it. Go ahead, Auntie, jump in.
Yeah, I was just saying that I reported a launch about 10 minutes ago. Before that, I don't know if it's coming late to Al Jazeera, that the launch was detected. But then again, both these two reports, they might be late on the report, what we're already talking about on the already missiles that landed. It's hard to determine if this is a fresh launch or not. But there were alerts about 10 minutes ago. So if it's a second wave, this is going to be one of the fastest time they sent repeated waves. I think it'll be very significant that if this is truly a second wave that was launched, then the first wave was just to soften up whatever existing air defenses remain, I believe.
Suleiman, I'm seeing that these missiles are actually called Khorram Shar missiles. I'm not sure if that's like 100% accurate, but I'm reading some Iranian Telegram comments just to kind of see what type of missiles they are, and I'm seeing Khorram Shar as the name of this missile that you have in the pin tweet there.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. It could be the Sijil or the Khorramshahr, one of them two, for sure. So we're hearing reports that there could be as a huge number of new missiles launched towards Israel, which is from Fars. But I'm just double checking that because I'm hearing that this may not be right. So I'm just double checking.
I don't believe it was the same type of missile that we saw the medium range ICBM Shahid. I don't think it was that one. I think it was hypersonic more than likely.
More noises from the bunkers in Tel Aviv. Got a
I'm
text.
seeing it, Suleiman, just so you know, I saw it from Al Jazeera too, and now I just saw it from Quds Network about the new wave.
Okay.
And at the same time, the genocidal entity is now targeting people waiting online for aid yet again. Fire and drone fires raining down on people waiting for aid in Gaza as we speak.
That's the craziest part about it all. Like, you would think that, if their so-called mission is to stop nuclear weapons and all that, that they wouldn't be, committing a Holocaust right now, but they're still committing a Holocaust. This is just how genocidal this entity is. And this is why a lot of people in America even are celebrating and defending Iran's right to self-defend itself.
What's the death toll on Gaza, did he? Because it was at 54 last time I checked. Did it go up?
There's been over 150 in the past 24 hours.
God damn it. Sick mofos.
We got more breaking news for those tuned in right now. There's a huge number of new missiles launched towards Israel, towards the genocidal entity. So make sure to tune in, repost the space. It's kicking off right now. A lot of back and forthing. Trump just got out of meeting as well. It seems like he's pro-Israel. Seems like attack's going to happen soon. Anti-NSA made a really good point that the ships don't show up for like at least another week or so, and that's when they're estimating the quote-unquote final decision will be made. So a lot of things are kicking off right now. Hit that repost button. We got a lot more to report.
Iranian news is now reporting that another launch, so it might be true. It might actually be another launch, Suleiman. I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I seen it on the Iranian TV.
I just had minutes ago, Iranian air defenses in western Iran shot down another Israeli Hermes drone manufactured by Elbit Systems.
We also have a tweet in the nest, which is that the IDF have put the legal restrictions in place now. The IDF put citizens. Israel putting citizens in prison if they post videos showing Iran bombing. The Israeli military chief censor has signed a new order allowing the prosecution of civilians and media outlets who publish footage of missile impacts, drone strikes, or classified security information. You will be put in prison in Israel if you just take a picture of what's happening. Significant censorship.
Breaking news again. Iranian TV just announced, in case you're losing count, the 13 wave of Operation True Promise 3 has began with the launch of heavy long-range missiles. So I guess maybe that's what just launched in this recent batch, heavy long-range missiles. They haven't said that before.
No, I think this might be a new batch, guys, because I'm seeing it from Quds come out again, because they did the batch. I was en route, so I couldn't send back and forth, but I was monitoring. I saw that these posts are different. I think there might be a new batch.
Yeah, Suleiman, thank you for confirming. It's been like this for over like 2 days. We're just hearing from this. But yeah, it's been very
I thought it was a psyop. I thought there's nothing. I thought these guys, the Zios, are claiming nothing's happening in 1994 unrest, and Sam Parker claiming there's nothing happening in Israel, and they actually want you to lie and say Israel's being bombed. But clearly, the IDF are putting people in prison if you actually talk about what's happening.
Yeah, my friend's brother is in prison for that right now. Into custody, sorry, difference.
I don't know how breaking this is. I just got it. Former CIA analyst Ray McGovern warns of an Israeli false flag attack on a U.S. aircraft carrier.
My opinion that the false flag.
Can you repeat that again? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Repeat that again.
Former CIA analyst Ray McGovern warns of a false flag event on a U.S. aircraft carrier. It's not verbatim because the source not right in front of me, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it said.
So wait, a current general is saying
no.
to look out for a false flag?
No, he's a former CIA. So this isn't really. I mean, this is just a assessment of a person who used to have a job, but right now does not have that job. So like,
Absolutely.
we got to be
Do you
careful with what we cut
bring,
people off with to say,
bring the
because
cover?
cutting off is I'm seeing some stuff. So all right, go ahead, speak. Go ahead, Didi.
Sorry about that. Someone just sent this to you. Iranian Minister of Defense announced a short while ago that it shot down yet another Israeli Hermes drone in the west of the country. Suleiman, I sent you the videos on Telegram.
Thank you for that. I'm just checking now. Okay, cool, guys. Do jump in. Auntie Anissa, did you say you got some news?
There is some breaking news that I got, guys. We got breaking news: launch of Wave 13 of True Promise 3 operations through the firing of heavy and long-range missiles. It's an Iranian source posted by Suleiman above. Make sure to hit the repost button. A lot of news incoming for those tuned in right now. So lots of news incoming. Josie, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, currently Moroccans are charging over $10,000 per person to smuggle people to Cyprus with a high chance of getting caught doing it. People are doing it anyways. They're willing to pay that amount of money per person. And not only are they not allowed to take pictures outside, no, they're just not allowed to get out. That was like 2 days ago. They weren't allowed to take
So
pictures
not
out. They're just not allowed to get out. And
So not only has Israel taken the right of free speech and free media and free right of information and knowledge, but they've also taken Israelis' rights to even travel now, even the freedom of movement. So now it's like almost as if the Israelis are getting just a little bit of a taste of what it feels like to be Palestinian
I
now. I mean, they're not allowed to travel, they're not allowed to communicate, they're not allowed to speak.
Guys,
I just
breaking
got
news.
I just
Breaking
got a
news. The
video that I
occupation. The occupation army launches illumination bombs off the coast of Ras al Naqoura, north of occupied Palestine, after suspecting infiltration. They are suspecting infiltration.
Auntie
I
Anissa,
I
do
just
jump in. Auntie
yeah, I
Anissa, one
just got
second,
a
bro.
video. I just got a video of a very heavy Iranian Sajid missile obliterating Zionist air defenses on the way to the target. So this is the invasion maybe we saw earlier. I'm just posted the video in the pill right now. You could check that out along
Wait,
with the
1 second.
statement.
Auntie Anissa, 1 second. Slow down, please. What you saying you found?
The video is from a heavy Iranian Sigil missile obliterating the Zionist air defenses on the way to the target of this recent launch right now, I believe. And also, I put in the pill that statement about the false flag and the picture of the rockets that was released earlier by IRGC.
Appreciate
So
it.
there's 3 posts in there.
Auntie Anissa, you're doing such a good job. We appreciate all the updates you're providing. I really value it. Just do me a favor. Unless it's like breaking news, just wait for the other person to finish his point and then you jump in. I do want to hear from you. There is a few people complaining that when you speak at the same time as somebody else and they're not able to hear. I really value you being on the space, but just wait for the other person to finish and then just jump in. Unless it's like mentally big, like, oh my God, there's a
Sure.
missile here. But I do
Okay.
appreciate you being on. Even despite the complaints, I actually like you being on. So do stay on and do give us the updates, but just wait for the other person to finish the point and then jump in. And
Okay.
great, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing about the sigil missiles as well.
But by
Appreciate
the
that.
way, Didi's announcement, that's white phosphorus, by the way, Didi.
What did Didi say? Sorry, I missed that.
The so-called white
Illumination bombs that Israel's launching in West Bank. That's
Okay.
white
This is
phosphorus.
huge. B-2 bombers spotted in Israel.
Explain to the audience what you mean by that.
The white phosphorus? The white phosphorus is poisonous. Didi. What are you
No,
supposed to use?
Did you guys just hear me? B-2 bombers have been spotted in Israel. B-2 stealths.
is the U.S. military's B2s.
As far as I know, Israel doesn't have their own B-2s. I can't believe I've seen. I can't believe that. That's dangerous.
Yeah, so it looks like they're definitely gonna go for the nuclear facility guys here. Um, things are about to really get popping here. The B-2 bomber, guys, is
Yes, sir.
basically a plane that like it drops massive, huge bombs. It also could drop nukes.
I don't know if it's
Go
a
ahead, Didi.
I don't know if it's a difference. It's the Spirit B2. I don't know if there's a different flavor of B2s. That's the Spirit B2. As far as I know, there's only one B2.
Just some more breaking news. It's what the team mentioned. We have got a video of footage of the Iranian Sajil missile obliterating Israeli air defenses on their way to target. So that's the Sajil missile we talked about earlier. It's been used again, and this time it's completely obliterated the Israeli air defense systems.
The
Sorry,
difference.
breaking news in Lebanon. There's an attack right now in Lebanon shit, it just went away. Hold on. Airstrike on Kafar Jews Square in Nabatea. And
So
there's
that
Kafar Jews.
so
One
that's in
martyr
southern
already.
Lebanon.
Yep, and there's one martyr already.
And this is where I was getting at with earlier, where this is why the resistance in Lebanon, aka Hezbollah, should step up accordingly because Israel is just going to continue their massacre and their bombing against them, and that's why I think Iran is now they're reacting accordingly. That's the way any country should react if they get striked. Go ahead, Antanas.
Yeah, I just saw a statement about the Sajid that we saw earlier was liquid fueled. That was a statement released. Might be a little bit significant because I'm not sure about the propellant for the other rockets, whether or not they are liquid fueled. But liquid fueled rockets, of course, require a lot more delicate handling, storage, loading, pre-launch setup. To put it on a mobile launcher, it's unbelievable. But I didn't realize it was so it is a liquid fueled ICBM.
Okay, we got this video coming out. It is mental. Basically, what happened was there's Israeli this is typical Israeli behavior. Israeli air defense system launched 12 interceptor missiles to deal with just one Iranian missiles. 12 on one, 12 interceptors. Israelis are like, nah, man, we're gonna knock this missile down, and all 12 fail. Hilarious. But that tweet's in the nest as well. So that's happening right now, guys. Hilarious. Also, Israelis airstrike targeted a car in southern Lebanon. I believe that's what you were talking about, Didi, right? Or is it different? Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you
I
hear me?
can
Yes,
hear.
yes,
We
I'm
can
so
hear
sorry.
you.
I was busy
Oh, okay.
sending you a
No,
text
fine, it's fine, it's
or a
fine. I just
message.
thought it's all good. It's all good. I thought in case the space about a crash. That's why. No problem.
Just so you know, did you guys go over this? This was a little while ago, might have been before I came on. Iran has warned its Persian Gulf neighbors that US military bases could be targeted if US intervention happens. The warning was delivered to Qatari officials this week, according to European official WAPO. Sending it to you now.
Joe, what were you saying about the illumination bombs?
Illumination bombs are white phosphorus bombs. They're using them in West Bank right now.
They're illegal. Do you want to explain to the audience
100%.
the illegality of them while I'm
Yeah.
tweeting?
Look, if you shoot them in the air, if you shoot them in a country that's not super populated, yeah, fine, no problem. But that's not the case because we know that they corral people into certain areas and they're saying, oh, there's an uprising, so we need to launch illumination bombs. The issue is you're launching them above where people are, which you keep very condensed and have almost no land. So it's actually illegal to use. It's not illegal to use in an open space, but it's not an open space to use them in ever. And the UN has already accused them of using them on people. So I wouldn't be surprised they're using them on people again.
Well, the moment I saw the video, no, believe it or not, what I was seeing was different. I think the shelling was actually to residences, so it looks like there's heavy movement right now from Israel into Lebanon. Not movement going in. I mean drones. Drones are opening and shelling.
They're shelling Lebanon? Israel shelling Lebanon?
Yeah, that area that I just said, and then Suleiman just said that put out that video in the tweet. They attacked a car, I think, and then earlier today they actually attacked a motorcycle. So something's going on in
There's
Lebanon
so
too.
much news coming out. I'm not even able to tweet. I'm just going to read
That
some of it
that
out to you.
earlier the drones were seen launch are coming over Lebanon, I believe.
Auntie Anessa, let me just finish this point, please. Ambulances and fire department teams have moved to target locations. Airstrikes on Kafar Jew Square in Nabatea. The occupation forces are carrying out demolition operations of residential buildings in the Zaytun neighborhood in Gaza. They're literally attacking every single area. You got Lebanon, we're talking about. We're talking about Gaza. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about every single nation. This genocidal entity is a harm to humanity. The airstrikes target a motorcycle at the Kafar Jews roundabout at Nabatea area. One person has been killed. The Zionist aerial and artillery bombardment targets Eastern Zaytun neighborhood in eastern Gaza. Mossad-backed intelligence research institute Memories New Peace, Pakistan's army chief, or whatever, is Bin Laden. Al-Mayadeen correspondent, an Israeli drone targeted the town of Kafar Jews in the Nabatea district. In Iran, society is consolidating around the country's political leadership, says Vladimir Putin. Iran's underground factories still exist. Nothing has happened to them. We are not imposing anything on anyone. We are simply saying how we see a way out of the situation, but the decision is up to the political leadership of Iran and Israel. I'm ready to meet with everyone, including Zelensky, but the question is his legal legitimacy and who will sign the documents. Tomorrow, another president could come and say this has no legitimacy and everything could collapse. Putin also said that his meeting with Zelensky was possible in the final stage of negotiations in order to put an end to it. Russia could continue working with Iran in nuclear energy and ensure interests in the area. More than 200 specialists from Russia are in Iran building 2 more nuclear power plants. The president said Russia has reached an agreement with the Israeli leadership to ensure their security. I don't want to even discuss the possibility of assassination of Iran leader Ayatollah Khamenei by Israel and the United States. Putin said the Israelis bombed a mother and 7 children. The children were killed, and the mother remains in critical condition between life and death. That is the latest news there. Okay. What is here? Okay, cool. That's it. That's the latest there. I've caught up, I believe. Yeah, guys, if there is any breaking news, let us know. Back to you, Morphin. Take
Yeah.
over the micro.
Yeah, that's massive because I think that like what Putin said is important because a lot of people might think that, Iran's just attacking Israel just to attack, but a lot of people forget that Israel actually attacked Iran first. And then what Putin is saying is they killed children and women in that attack. So this is why they're currently defending themselves because this is not good at all for a country to allow to happen. As a government, you're supposed to protect your people, and that's what we're seeing Iran do right now. We got some hands up. Let's go to anti-NSA.
Yeah, the attacks that recently are happening on Lebanon right now. If you remember earlier, when they announced the drone attack contained fortification penetrating warheads, which we've never heard them announced before. Those drones, if launched from Iran, would have taken hours to arrive. So they must have been launched, I believe, possibly from Lebanon. It could be that those were actually Hezbollah launched those drones on the previous attack that was made a big deal about. I think that might be why we see all the action going on right now in South Lebanon. I don't have any sources about that. It's speculative, but we didn't. I mean, I can't imagine the drones not being taken out flying over any other country. So that might be why we see all the action going on right now in Lebanon.
I wouldn't doubt it. They also have the right to defend themselves, and they've been heavily bombarded by Israel for years. I mean, since time immemorial. So, I mean, I wouldn't doubt if they wanted to stand up right now is the perfect time, I believe, for the resistance to do so. I see Josie. You want to go ahead?
But yeah, my other phone keeps getting, I don't know what the heck is wrong with it. It's just not working and it's just kind of weird the way it's acting up. I gotta go fix that. Uh
Cool.
strange.
Thanks for announcing that, Josie. Just give me some more breaking news. The tweets in the nest: Russia and Iran nuclear deal. Russia could continue working with Iran in nuclear energy and show interest in the area. More than 200 specialists from Russia are in Iran building 2 or more nuclear power plants. The president said Russia has reached an agreement with the Israeli leadership to ensure their security. We also have I just thought, okay, here is New York Times reports from a senior Iranian foreign ministry official: we will accept President Trump's offer for a meeting soon. Aragchi will accept a meeting with Walz Vance to discuss a possible ceasefire. So Iran again, once again, open for a ceasefire or open for some kind of discussions. Let's see.
Sully, did you mention, and I'm sorry, guys, if you guys mentioned this or not, you guys mentioned, though, that Putin came out with the statement that Iran has not asked for any assistance, correct?
What do you mean?
Putin came out with a statement, and this is exact words saying, Iran has not requested military assistance from Russia.
Yeah.
Is there nobody speaking? Ontiana, say you want to go?
For those tuned in right now, we have a lot of breaking news incoming, so hit that repost button. I see Witsit. He
Yeah, I'm
hasn't said
sorry.
anything yet.
Yeah, okay. You asked.
Jump in, Pianista.
Yeah, about that New York Times article, that has been repeated nonstop in one media source or the other, that Iran wants to have a meeting, Iran wants to negotiate, they're begging to come to the White House. It's just nonstop on repeat in almost every media source, and every time that repeats, we see statements from the IRGC that they did not request that, and they keep refuting it all the time. So I believe it's disinformation from the New York Times.
Okay, we got stuff going everywhere. So did you just say that Iran said that they were open to a meeting, or is that source still coming from the West?
The source is still coming from the West, but that's what it says.
Okay,
It was
seems
the New
pretty
York
crazy.
Times.
Because someone said they just saw a B-2. Obviously, that is like the bunker buster or whatever. That's Israel's handicap there, right? Is they don't have the bomb to actually penetrate the mountain where they have the nuclear facility, and then they don't have the aircraft to actually carry it there. So if we're seeing B-2 bomber in Israel, it could be Israeli. So I mean, verifying that seemed like pretty important, because then things would be ramping up big time. So just, I guess, to clarify, um, Iran has not articulated interest in like a ceasefire, or is that coming from the West as well? Sorry, there's just stuff going everywhere. I'm trying to figure out. So, I mean, hopefully, at least we could get like a pause for a couple of days. I keep hearing ceasefire. They want to talk. Obviously, Trump saying they want to talk. Putin's coming out and made it pretty clear without saying straight up they're going to help Iran. And he's saying, "Oh, they haven't quite asked yet," but then he just goes on to explain, well, of course they're upset, and of course they're not cooperating, and why would they? And they just haven't asked for help directly yet. So that's Putin saying, like, okay, you know whose back we have. So
I just wanna announce, Sully, if you can put that image that I just sent out, that is fucking cool. This recent launch. You'll see it and then you can announce it.
Tune in, guys.
Just curious, while news isn't coming in, the Americans on the panel, how likely do you think people would go to the street if America gets involved?
100%.
100%. But I also do think there is a large population that would probably just sit and do nothing and go about their everyday lives, but it would be a massive mistake.
I think it would be the first time the left and the right are protesting together in over a decade.
I agree. Yeah, there would definitely be huge
Well,
protests.
Trump
Though.
was right then. He did bring America together but it was against him.
If they did that,
But
they'd
if they do
start.
that, they're gonna.
Don't forget earlier last year that they signed that order for the draft. Remember that?
No,
So,
what was the order?
yeah, let me look it up real quick.
That tweet in the nest that Didi was speaking about. Didi, do you want to explain the tweet while I pull out the next tweet?
It's a mandatory draft, and let me
Yes,
just tell
sir,
you.
that's an honor. The Iranian armed forces displayed missiles bearing images of the two martyrs, Commander Yahya Sinwar and Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. May God rest their souls. Look at those images, guys. They actually painted them
If
on the
Americans went out
drone.
into the streets, they'd all be labeled anti-Semitic, and they start closing down all the anti-Semitic schools they go to that are harboring Israeli hatred.
Maybe that's why they were also doing all those anti-free speech laws. Israel and the Zios who have charge of our government, they probably predicted they'd go ahead with this and there would be mass protests against us. I think there would be massive protests for sure, just because the economy is also struggling here. We do not have any more
I
room to
got
add to the
breaking
U.S. debt cost.
breaking news here. Iranian air defenses. I know that we heard that they had shot down another drone, but is that? I don't believe it was called a EITAN drone before. I don't know if this is a separate type of drone that was just shot down. I know there was a Hermes 900. Now I hear an Israeli EITAN. I don't know if somebody could fill me in on that specific drone. If this is a misprint or this is the same as a Hermes or an entirely new drone.
Not sure, but those missiles look fire, guys. If you guys could look at Suleiman's last post, Iranian armed forces display missiles bearing images of the two martyrs, Commander Yahya Sinwar and Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, two legends. So very pretty cool, pretty missile there.
Well, I don't know why, but that picture gave me goosebumps now.
You guys saw the video of them burning the American flag and I guess in Iranian parliament. So
No, I didn't see that. But I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like all the missiles that are coming down on Iranian people are all made in the USA.
yeah, sure. I'm saying
And just to be clear too, like when you guys see that, it's because people aren't mad at like regular American people, they're mad at the American government. So when they're burning the flag, guys, it doesn't mean like, oh, they want to kill you all and they're
Small,
burning it because they're mad at the American
small
government.
breaking news. We mentioned it, but this is the video with it. That 1 second, let me read it. I think it's important. Because, okay, so it says Putin says Iran's underground facilities are fully operational and untouched by Israeli airstrikes. He said trust between Russia and Iran is at an all-time high. He said their relationship is very strong. Now, why that's important is because we've kind of had this kind of information warfare where a lot of people are like, Israel's completely obliterated Iran. Me and Truth said we're not sure about the level of damage. Actually, Truth's been even more than me. He was like, no damage has happened. It's all a fake news. And I've been like, okay, maybe there is some damage, but it's never going to be to the level that they say. Well, Putin is actually backing up probably Truth Teller's point, which is that the underground facilities are fully operational and completely untouched by the Israeli airstrikes. You would call Russia kind of like a bipartisan in this regard. And so if they're saying it, that does have a lot of substance to it. It means like Iran, although being pummeled on the surface, but when it comes to the key facilities, they remain untouched. And this is according to Putin. And I think that's an important point to know because they're more of a like a neutral party in this regard. I don't know if you're back there yet, Truth, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. What's your thoughts on that? Because Putin's kind of backing up your point.
Well, look, I mean, I've stated this from the very beginning that Iran's plan was to use decoys to be able to fool both the Israeli surveillance and the Mossad cells that were there. We thought they knew exactly where the locations were. They've known they've had a Mossad problem for a while. I don't think they just realized the extent of it, the fact it was so widespread across so many cities in the country. And now they're finally doing a sweep. So there's one criticism there. This is something they should have been handled sooner. They underestimated the extent of the Mossad operation, but at least they know it now. So it's not too late to do something about it. But yeah, to Putin's statement, I mean, he's right. These facilities are buried so far deep within. It's part of the reason why that even Israel acknowledges they cannot strike directly any of these nuclear facilities or these missile factories because they're so far below the earth, approximately on average 500 meters below the earth. I mentioned at best the bunker busters they have can do maybe 15 to 20 meters worth of damage towards under the surface of the earth. So it's nowhere near enough. At best, you'll get some reverberations. We'll do some surface-based damage to the facilities. The facilities will remain intact. And based on the IAEA assessment and obviously Iranian assessment as well, there's no radioactive leak or anything like that, which means the facilities are intact. No damage has been sustained. So it's just pure cope on Israel's part to think they've struck any nuclear facilities or missile factories. All they hit was like an oil depot, not even an oil refinery or anything like that. They felt good about that explosion. And they've been doing terrorist attacks across the country, blowing up cars, lighting up tires on fire. And apparently there were some missiles launched from Azerbaijan. And again, 5 fighter jets have been struck as well, F-35s that Israel, of course, denies. Iran said at some point one of the hostages, the fighter pilots, will either make a statement. I don't know if it'll probably record a statement at best, or it'll be showing images and some evidence of that. Since of course there's a lot of cope on the Israel side who denies that any of their F-35s have been struck. Though they haven't really been doing any aerial assaults. I put up a video of an eyewitness who also attested on behalf of other eyewitnesses based on missiles coming from Baku, which is the capital of Azerbaijan.
Your mic was good first, but it's dropped off a bit.
Okay, hold on. I'll take off. Is this better?
Oh my God, miles better.
Much better. Okay. Yeah. So as I was saying, the eyewitnesses have been saying the missiles have been coming from Baku, Azerbaijan, into Tabriz. They haven't been coming through fighter jets. There was another big lie yesterday. Israel claimed they got 60. Why would they send 60 fighter jets in to do like a small little missile strike? At best, it'd be 5 or 6. It'd be a small team. So they just put out these extravagant lies just to, for some shock and awe. But meanwhile, it's just lies. So again, anyway, there's also the claim they struck some, F-14 Tomcats. Those are decoys as well. So it's just one lie after another. I mean, I've been making multiple posts on, the Jews' lies, but they leave so many clues and they get caught. And it's just every day there's new headlines that I have to debunk. So this is why their followers believe all their crap. Believing that they're somehow winning a war while they're getting decimated. Yet they cry for help and need a coalition consisting of the U.S., the U.K., France, of course, Germany as well, and then the Gulf states that have already sold out to help them, to bail them out if it's even possible. And now Trump's on the brink of probably making the order to giving the call to, at best, I don't know if that B-2 bomber is actually there. Only the U.S. has those B-2s and B-52s. Israel doesn't have any of those. They're slow, they're old, they're clunky. Yes, they can carry 75,000-pound bunker busters, but at best they might go a little bit deeper in the surface, at best 40 to 50 meters deep, nowhere near enough to strike the facilities. So it'll be a pointless strike, but that's not even the point. Everybody knows they want to do a regime change, take over the assets, balkanize the country. They want to divide it between like Kurdistan, Baluchistan, and break up Iran as well. So this way they can control different territories of it and install stooge governments, puppet regimes to control it, while the U.S. steals the assets, the U.S. and its partners, of course. So that's the ultimate plan that they won't reveal. Anyway, that's my assessment for now. Thank you.
Some more breaking news. The IGC made a statement, but we've got a summary of it on there. Basically confirmed destroying some of Israel's air defense systems. Mossad, Amman, and Nevatim base have been hit. The IRGC to Zionists: either choose a slow death in the hell of the shelter or save your life and flee from the occupied land. Statement by the IRGC towards the Zionist regime. That tweets in the nest. David, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts about this? Have you heard about Putin and his statements about what's happening in Iran? What's your thoughts?
Thank you, Suleiman. I just wanted to come up in respect of the Russian relationship in relation to Syria over the last, in relation to Iran over the last couple of days. We've digested this complete bullshit narrative from, let's just say, the normal sources. And I was listening earlier to the infamous Mario space with the conglomeration of Zios, as you call them, in there. I tried to go up and speak, but in the last couple of hours, we're seeing, the truth is now out that, and I've been saying it since I started posting it even before last Friday, that the Russians are heavily immersed in Iran. We just had publicly declared, and I posted this yesterday, Pepe Escobar was talking to Judge Knapp earlier, where he's at a St. Petersburg conference. Putin is going to be there tomorrow. And he just confirmed that when the Iranian systems went down on the first 48 hours, it was Russian, let's just call them supervisors on site, that rebooted the system and got it back up within the 48 hours. Now, that is part of the intrinsic, let's just say, supply chain that is there from Russia. We also see as well that China is very much part of this engagement to back up logistics for Iran. Furthermore, the numbers of, let's just call them logistics, that Iran are currently holding deep in mountainsides, whatever, have been grossly underestimated, both in quantity and quality. You know, we heard when Hezbollah was going after Israel last year that they had 150,000 missiles. Now, most of them would have been, of course, short range, 30, 50, 100 kilometers missiles. Iran have 200,000 missiles, between 300 kilometers and the full 2,400 kilometers that they have, from hypersonics all the way down to low and mid range. They have them all stored in places where it cannot be seen by satellite. We have a total media narrative, a propaganda orchestrated, of course, by all the infamous media behemoths like CNN, etc., BBC, whatever, in relation to demonizing, downplaying, you know, what's going on. The function at the moment that Iran is doing is you call it psychological attrition. They are looking weak, but they are strong. And I've spoken to, you know, Daniel Davis, Suleiman, Colonel Daniel Davis. He's voicing this at the moment. Over the last couple of days, he spoke even today with Colonel McGregor on a podcast, and they voiced this. But what's coming out at the moment is that, as you are seeing, that, you know, the Iranians are coming out saying one day we're going to launch 50. They may only launch 10 to 15. And then when they say they're launching a small amount, they launch a bigger count. It's deflection and a narrative that is well used. Also within Iran, they have up to 50, what is known as, the Russians used them in the Ukraine war, cauldron hotspots, where they are waiting to draw in the fighter jets and the bombers. Look, here's truth as well. These F-35s, the stealth bombers, etc., they've been visual on radar for years. For years. For example, the first F-35s arrived in Germany. They were picked up on radar by the Germans themselves because they ran through a thunderstorm. They could be seen. But going back to Iran, you know, I'm watching and listening, and we're seeing the validation that, you know, this, again, the narrative of downplaying Iran is
Just some
just
breaking
gross
news, and then I'll get it straight
misrepresentation.
back to you, David. France and the United Kingdom are trying to convince Trump not to get involved in the Israel-Iran war, citing long-term consequences in the region. Obviously, we know they don't really have any say, but it is a claim that France and the UK are trying to convince Trump not to get involved. Go on, David, do continue.
Well, Suleiman, there's really not much more than that. I mean, one of the notes that I discussed with a Russian guy was that the Russians are delighted for what's happening. Not only number one has Ukraine come off the front page to page 17, to where you can get discounted sofas and beds. It's also the fact that, you know, how do I say this? The narrative that we have been told is completely dispelled. 100%. All we have at the moment is Western media sources. We have Iran playing they were cut out in the first 2 days. They were cut out on the first 2 days. That's 100%. But they are now back. This narrative of them being undersupplied logistically with munitions, and the proper munitions, is complete utter bullshit. We all know that Iran helped supplement it, gave the technology, went on site in factories inside Russia to help Russia in the drone warfare, and that is now being given back. I mean, those technicians that reset the system for Iran were already on location. They're on location for the electronic warfare radar that is on site. They're on location for the workings of the S-300s, the upgraded S-400s. Russia is intrinsically embedded in there. And in the last 48 hours, like, we've seen tweets whereby, oh, who leads a friend like Russia, because they're turning their back on Iran. As you just saw, that video clip, and I just posted at the same time, where Putin has said, you know, all the manufacturing that is needed is embedded deep in the ground, and Iran have full control, and nothing has been damaged. Absolutely nothing. Look, Iran have over 6,000 mobile launchers, and if you see the videos and clips of some of those launchers, they have 1, 2, and 4 missiles per launcher. They have 200,000 missiles. They have enough to level everything. They pre-targeted every singular military base. They pre-targeted All the oil refineries are friendly or non-friendly nations that may go against them. They have 24/7 supervision satellite provided as well by Russia on their aircraft carriers. They have 3 new types of hypersonic missiles that can skim the water from 15 to 50 meters. You often see the clips when the Russians launch from Crimea and the cruise missiles scouting over the heads of fishermen. I mean, 3 of these will sink an aircraft carrier. Everything that we are told in the news and the media, 99% of X, is contrived to be one-sided, and you well know that.
Thanks for that.
Swinton. Thank you.
Appreciate that, David. What's his name? Morphet, there's a tweet in the nest if you want to go through it. Morphet? Okay, it might be. It might. Okay, it might be right. Let me go for it.
Yeah, sorry, what was
Just
that?
a tweet in the nest if you want to go through it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, guys. We got even more breaking news. In the nest up above, we have breaking Dr. Sorry if I'm saying this wrong. Araghchi, Iran Foreign Minister statement. Number one, Iran is only defending itself, even in the face of the most brutal aggression against our people. Iran has so far only retaliated against the Israeli regime and not against those who aid and abet it. Just as Netanyahu waged this war to destroy diplomacy, the world should remain at alert to the growing efforts of the weakened Israeli regime to force others to come to its rescue and spread the flames of this war to the region and beyond. Iran has proven in practice what it has always publicly committed to. We have never sought nuclear weapons and never will. If it were otherwise, what better excuse could we have for developing these inhumane weapons, than the current aggression of the only nuclear armed regime in the region, which is Israel? Iran will continue to exercise its right to self-defense with honor and courage, and we will make the aggressor regret its great mistake and make it pay for it. With the exception of the illegitimate, genocidal, and occupying Israeli regime, we remain committed to diplomacy. So massive statement right there, guys. Make sure to hit that repost button. So the man just pinned it above. Stay tuned for more breaking news. This is massive from the Iran foreign minister here.
In the meantime, guys, please hit the purple pill. Please like, please share out the post. Go to Suleiman's, the tweet is in the nest. Please share it out. Please push the room out because clearly, there's a lot of news that's going to be breaking today. Obviously, follow Suleiman, follow everyone on the panel. Make sure that you're turning on the alerts for Suleiman so that you can be informed in case the space goes down.
Yeah, things are definitely escalating here as well, guys. There's going to be a lot of breaking news coming out. We got JD Vance joins Blue Sky post court slam on experts, so he's getting in some trouble as well with some app that's going on there. Iran claims it shot down Israeli Hermes drone in western region as well, so that's massive as well that Iran was able to defend itself against that genocidal drone. The genocidal entity did a drone strike against Lebanon as well recently. So this is all breaking out just now in just the last 20 minutes. So hit that repost button, follow Suleiman for more. Make sure to tune in because there's a lot more incoming. If anybody on stage has breaking news as well, feel free to share.
Go ahead, Richard, jump in.
Yeah, so I did see a video earlier of them burning an American flag, right? And I will just say one of the only things that's gonna get a decent amount of Americans like pissed off is this, and dude, it's a played out narrative or whatever, and they always use it. And I know what the frustration from the Iranian people and the people in the Middle East is, and like I empathize with it. And I think you guys know that I've been in space for the last couple of days that you guys know where I stand. But that is definitely the direction that they're going to push the American people, those that want a full out war, that want America involved directly. And when you see, in Iran parliament, burning of the American flag, or what claimed was chanting death to America, it's just going to pull out this like visceral tribalistic reaction from Americans, right? Whereas I think most of us are fed up with Israel and we're like, let them fight their own war and they're going to get popped in the mouth and they should. But there is gonna be this line, this arbitrary line somewhere where you're not gonna be able to get the American people to turn on America and fully support Iran at the expense of America, right? So I guess I don't know. I don't really. Obviously, I don't speak.
Do you think Americans feel the same way when it's Americans burning the American flag?
I think that's totally different, right, than another country's parliament saying that's American burning the flag. So, and I think Americans do feel the same way when Americans burn the flag. I think it's First Amendment, but I think that most people don't like it. Like, look, I am totally anti-establishment in every conceivable way. But I wouldn't burn the flag, right? Like just out of respect for America is the only country in the world with free speech. Like America is like I mean, like technically speaking, we don't have dictation of speech laws, right? Like we have a
We are
lot of
not the only country in the world with free speech, by the way.
Okay, can you name another major country that doesn't have
We're
dictation
not
of speech
even.
laws?
We don't even have. We're not even the highest. We're not the highest in freedom of speech. We're not the highest in freedom of the press. That's completely false. That's propaganda from U.S.
Can you name
And
another
I'm American.
country that doesn't have
I'll go get
dictation
it
of
right.
speech laws? That's my question. It's a very specific question.
But that's not the same thing. You're not allowed. Look, you're not allowed to defame people. That's different than freedom of speech.
What? Dictation of speech laws, man, meaning that there are certain, first of all, you are allowed to defame people. It might just cost you money. Okay. So America has freedom of speech. So if I'm just gonna say if the move is gonna be to try to get Americans to fully turn on America, that won't happen. And I'm just pointing out like
Witzer, America doesn't have free speech anymore. Maybe in the past, historically, based on the constitution, they do, but the application of it clearly isn't the case. Like you're seeing a direct attack on free speech in the United States of America. I would say America's probably become extremely anti-free speech. As someone who's regularly spends a lot of time in the United States of America in a number of states, like now I'm not even sure that if I go, I'm planning to come again, like if I'll be allowed in. So that's the level of free speech like impact there is, and it's not because of America, because I actually flip and love the United States of America. It's because of Israel. So there is anti-free speech now in the US. Like you'll get rounded up and deported for free speech. And if you're a university student, your parents could have come on the Mayflower, and you will be suspended and thrown out based on your speech. Um, from university for believing that the Jews killed Jesus, or somebody has a bit more affiliation to Israel than they do the United States of America, or to believe that that Israel is treated differently in the international arena. So I mean, maybe in the past, or maybe if you talk about it from a like legalistic perspective, like uh, if you look at the Constitution, it should have been like that, but clearly the application isn't the case anymore.
I can
so
give
I do
you. I
agree with
can give
that.
you the rating. I give you the rating. I give you the rating of freedom of the press and freedom of speech rating. Norway #1, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Netherlands, Estonia, Switzerland, New Zealand,
You
Canada,
can't
Germany,
deny the Holocaust in any of those
United States.
countries.
United States is not even in the top 25. It's not even in the top 25 anymore. The only
Dude,
thing
you
that
can't
sets
even
America
deny the
apart
Holocaust in those countries,
the
bro.
only thing that sets America apart, only in some of them, by the way, the only
No,
thing you
every
can,
country you just named. Every
that's not
country you
true.
just named.
Bro, that's
Name one
so
that
not
doesn't.
true. Estonia, for example, doesn't have anti Holocaust laws.
So
Switzerland
let's
doesn't
just
have anti
clarify.
Holocaust laws. New Zealand doesn't have anti Holocaust laws. There's a bunch of them on here
Yes,
that
they
doesn't.
do. Yes, they do.
The only thing, show me. The only thing that
Okay,
sets America apart is the Constitution, but the Constitution is not upheld. Do you understand?
okay,
Like
can I respond? Okay, can I
what's
respond to you?
written by law is true, but that's not
Okay,
true anymore.
okay, cool, man. So you just listed off some arbitrary quote unquote rating, and you named countries where you can go to prison for questioning the Holocaust. So the stuff that the Trump admin did with the whole anti-Semitic thing, totally egregious against the First Amendment. I'm in total agreement that we're moving in a dangerous direction. I'm talking about from a legal perspective. It is one of the only countries in the world that doesn't have any dictation of speech laws, whether that's hate speech laws, whether that's denial of the Holocaust laws, right? Technically speaking, America is one of the last ones standing. Okay. So it is important that America doesn't burn to the ground. And I'm just saying, I'm not alone in this sentiment. Everyone I know that hates
Yeah, I
Israel
agree with that.
loves
I agree with
America as
that.
well. Right.
No,
So
no,
I'm
I agree
saying
with
that,
that. Like for
yeah.
me, I think I don't know if I'm unique in this, but for me, like I want the US to be in charge in the sense of like when I look at other countries being in charge, it does give me other concerns which are probably more significant. The issue you have with the US right now is just the occupation and now it is going down a direction which is no longer, it's no longer the US anymore. But in terms of, if you try to say like the overthrowing of the US, is it going to be a more positive outlook or a worse outlook? I think it may be a worse outlook in my view. Like I said, like many people, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, there's many people who love the US, they just don't like the Zionist control of the US. Many people love, a lot of aspects of the US. They just don't like what Israel's doing and the genocide they're doing and the Zionism. So yeah, I agree with you on that, I would say. But maybe other people don't agree. They may think Russia or China's better, but obviously I think US.
But here's Suleiman, not by Press Freedom Index, Press Freedom of Expression Index, Press Freedom Index score by RSF, Freedom of Expression score by GSOQD. All these metrics, not a single one has America in the top 25. Like, Americans need to stop
what was
thinking.
number one? What was it number
Well,
one?
depends on which one you're talking about. The
It's a
Press
country you go
Freedom
to
Index
prison for questioning the Holocaust.
is
I've gone through this list before.
yes, Norway. Right. The
Okay.
issue is
How can a country that you can
you're
go to
using
prison for challenging the Holocaust have more free speech than America? Answer my
I
question
could,
directly.
because I can be deported just for questioning Israel in America.
Red
How about
herring.
that? Answer my question.
Red herring.
That's not
see,
a
that's
red
called
herring.
a red herring. You deflected.
No,
If I
you
can
are
I go to
using
prison for
one
questioning the
sample.
Holocaust in America?
That
Yes or
is
no?
not the barometer for freedom of speech, my friend. The
Going to
barometer for
prison
freedom
for
of speech
speech
is they
is
ever
the
said
barometer
anything.
for free speech, dude.
I can go to prison in America for speech.
No, you
Are you
can't.
stupid? People
Name
have been
one.
arrested and deported just recently in America for questioning Israel. They didn't even
Oh,
question Israel. They shouted out "Free Palestine"
no,
and they
okay.
went to
People were
jail.
deported as
They
they were
went to
here as
jail.
they did not.
They went
They did
to
not.
jail.
They did
He's a
not
green
go to.
card holder.
See, this is what happens when people get really emotional. It's because their argument's trash.
No,
Okay,
you're getting emotional. It's a
no, I'm
green
not.
card
You're
holder.
interrupting me
Does a
every time I go
does
to
a green
respond to
card
you.
holder have the same freedom of speech as an American citizen? Yes, he does.
That's your opinion, okay?
That's
The
not an
Supreme.
opinion. That's law.
You see
You're
what I'm
talking
saying?
out your
You're
ass. This
just
is why I'm
you're
getting
You
you're
mad.
technically sent someone to prison for
you,
15 years by burning a gay flag
Yeah,
last year, I think.
exactly. Like, this guy's an idiot,
15
has no
years.
idea what he's talking about.
See,
And he's
yeah,
saying
I
I'm
have
getting
no idea what I'm talking
emotional.
about. That's why you have to scream and interrupt and call me names. So the fact is, dude, any country that puts you in prison for questioning the Holocaust does not have more free speech than America. That is laughable. All of those
That
countries
is
that
not
have
the
that law, by the way,
barometer.
uh,
That is
no,
not a
no,
barometer. You're using
dude.
one metric as a barometer for everything.
Hey, who funded the studies that you just brought up? Because I've actually researched this. You just desperately
Jesus
Googled it.
Christ.
Who funded it?
Jesus Christ.
Zionists.
My
You
God.
just got dunked on it.
Bro, dude,
Zionists
the twists
funded
and
that
turns,
list. Did
the
Zionists
twists
fund that
and
list? Yes
turns
or
you
no?
do.
Did Zionists fund that list? Yes or no?
I have no idea. There's 5
I
different
do know
lists.
because
You
I
want me to
actually
go look them
research
all
things
up?
before I talk about them.
Yeah, and you just said that a green card holder does not have the right to shout "Free Palestine" and
Didn't
not
even
go to
actually get to
jail.
answer that question because you started emotionally screaming again. So my
No,
position
I
is very
think you
simple.
started emotionally speaking out your ass. That's what happened.
Okay, good one, man. Good one. So you said I usually Googled and brought up a list of free speech. I've had this debate with someone in Europe before. They
I
brought
didn't
up those
initially
lists before.
Google. I
You see
know
what I'm
these numbers
saying,
from
bro? You
before.
always have to cut it
Go ahead,
off.
finish.
Thank you. Thank you. So I went through that list because someone tried to say the same thing that lives in Sweden. They weren't even aware that there were Holocaust rules there. We went through the whole list. We found out that Zionists back that list. So whenever they claim what free speech is, they prop these countries up claiming they have more free speech than America. And you can literally go to prison for even challenging any detail of the Holocaust. Okay, that is laughable. And that is extremely important, actually, because we know that they use that narrative to protect the Zionists from anything at all. They're always the victim. Oh, it's going to be a Holocaust again. Never again. So exposing the Holocaust in World War II is incredibly important. And any country that doesn't let you do that is trash. Okay. So no,
Okay.
America is way better than those countries.
So by your rationale, there's no need for Rumble and there's no need for X because free speech, America's #1 in free speech, and there's no need because there's no censorship anywhere else. That's your argument. It's idiotic. Right? Facebook takes off your posts. YouTube will ban you if you say certain things. There's tons of censorship by American companies, all not just in the US, all around the world. That's why X exists. That's why Rumble exists, because there was a need. Because America is not a free speech country anymore. And you're using one barometer to try to measure the whole thing, which is stupid. And that's why I get emotional, because I hate hearing people say idiotic shit that people will believe.
I
Because
mean,
what you
Joe,
say makes sense when you use one argument. But the thing is, it's not measured by one argument. Facebook censors you, YouTube censors you, Instagram censors you. The guy's gone now. Everything censors you.
yeah.
That's why we need these platforms.
But Joe, just on that, I feel like you're both right. So in a sense, like I know you mentioned those countries, but actually, if you look at some of the rules, and it does matter who does the studies, like some of the rules, like if you deny the Holocaust to get jailed, is a direct attack on free speech. So he's right about that. So in a like kind of in the specifically legalistic aspect, the fact that the U.S. has the Constitution, I do think that it has a lot more speech. But when you look at the application, which is where your argument comes in, the application kind of diverts away from that. So if you look at, for example, what Trump's done in terms of the universities, or what Trump's done in terms of the students, protesters, or for example, even before that, I know it was happening in other countries, but when it was happening in the West, we were shook because we weren't expecting it. When you look at the lockdowns, and if you were unable to express your freedom of movement and you were being locked up, or if you were basically, the COVID restrictions, again, those were examples of it. So there are certain aspects of Western society where those restrictions have been happening. So it's not totally free speech, but I think the US now, under the Trump regime, is probably very much becoming anti-free speech compared to any other time, even though there was other censorships, like for example on the social media platforms, based on the direction of the US government. So I guess I get what both of you are saying, but yeah, I know where you're coming from, because whenever Americans say like we got free speech, it's like we're just in real time seeing the opposite of that, unfortunately. Whereas yeah, like what I loved about the US is the fact that I could go there and just say what I want. Whereas now it's probably not the case
Yeah,
anymore.
but
So I can see where
Soleiman,
you're
it's
both coming
it's
from.
it's long history in America. During 9/11, journalists and citizens were spied on without warrants because they were talking about the possibility that it was Israel that did it. During Julian Assange,
Yeah,
we
you're
want to
talking
arrest him
about
for
like
free speech.
Edward
Yeah,
Snowden, or Julian Assange, or these
or
like
Vietnam
freedom of press.
War, or COINTELPRO, or
No, but like I get
McCarthyism.
your point. I get your point. I
It's
get your
been
point. Like
going on
freedom of
forever in the
press is
States.
probably freedom.
No,
Like I agree.
wait,
Freedom of press
wait.
is a huge point, and they don't have it in a number of countries. And one of the things that we've always had in the West is freedom of press, and the fact that these journalists were basically taken out kind of did infringe on that. But then, again, like look, anyway, let's move on. I kind of see both sides of the debate. To be honest, people don't like debates. Like the numbers do drop
Oh, I know. I
significantly.
was trying to make a different point, right? He just jumped in.
Yeah.
I agree with most of what you just said anyway. Like I don't defend the American government, bro. They spy, but they violate the Constitution, right? That's my point. So my point is that in principle, America has very important rights that need to be stand for. So and all I'm saying is that that video, for example, is going to strike the chord of lots of people. I'm bringing this up to say I do not. What they're obviously going to do is either A, they're going to let Trump usher in some type of ceasefire and be the hero and not actually directly engage, even though we know he is behind the scenes, and then avoid some type of conflict or whatever, right? Let Trump be the hero. Option two is that they actually have to get the American public to support the war. And that's what I was trying to bring up. The only way they're going to be able to do that is to circulate that video I saw today, because that will piss Americans off, right? Like, wait a minute, I was on your side. I hate Israel, but now you're burning our flag, chanting death to America. That's going to piss them off. And then
Yeah,
really
but don't you
doubling
think that's
down.
quite Witzer? But don't you think that's quite an America-centric way of looking at it? Because what they're seeing is Americans doing the exact same thing, and this is what I'm trying to say. Where they're talking about how Iran can't be trusted with a nuclear weapon when it's from a country that actually has been the only country that's used a nuclear weapon. So they're basically trying to say they're so deranged that they can't use it, or they talk about their religion in a very negative manner, about how they're Islamists or these type of things. So I know like what you're saying is very America-centric way of looking at it. And in the West, we should be very clear in the way we conduct ourselves. Like I just find it annoying when people do it because it just creates negativity. But when you're talking about people in those countries, I think then it is very much applying your American lens onto them when they're looking at things from their own lens, and they're seeing Americans being much more disrespectful to them, their culture, their society, their religion. They see that much more worse than the flag. I know Americans value the flag equally, if not more than those things, but they value those things more than that. And so do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Well, just to clarify, I agree with you, right? Like, I can't believe Iran has been as patient as they have been. So like, I agree with that 100%. I just think it's unrealistic to think that the average American is going to come into this space to diligently seek out the Iranian information, the Russian information, right? They're not going to do that. and so it's
They
pretty
don't
easy to
have
see their
access
play.
to do that, even if they wanted to do that.
No, but which actually people are like, this is the shock. Like, you know, a lot of things, a lot of conversations we have on Spaces, a lot of
Are we doing
conversations
breaking
that
news still, or?
yeah, just 2 seconds. A lot of information we get on social media, a lot of that information is being diverted. It is something that is being learned by the public. Like, the public is being engaged with it. It's not to the high level we are, but Twitter does create the zeitgeist, so we have to continue doing it. But I get what you're saying. I see where you're coming from. But let's get to the news. Anti-NSA, jump in with the news.
Yeah, I just got a report on Fars news agency reported Iranian drone equipment with bunker busting warheads did strike the targets in the occupied territories today. So whatever that was earlier, they just released a message that it was successful. And to tag on the tail end of that, I saw a different translation of Putin's speech, and he said there were secret underground locations also have not been damaged. So if they're talking about targeting one area, there's known unknowns now that are underground, which changes the dynamics too. Just to get that up now.
I don't get it. Are you trying to say the bunker buster bombs were used by Iran?
Well, it's a clever way to call the warheads on their drones, but the Iran news agency called them bunker busting warheads on the drones. I don't know if they're being sarcastic.
Secure psychological warfare, immediate warfare, and also strike fear in the hearts of bunker dwellers, i.e. the Israelis hiding out thinking they're safe.
Earlier they called them fortress penetrating warheads, and now it's called bunker busting warheads on drones. So I, like I said, I love the sarcasm, and I don't know if that was just being sarcastic or a bad translation. If it's both, but in either way, they did have a warhead larger than typical on their. I guess it's a special type of drone. I'm interested in find out what model that was, but they were successful, but we don't know the details about it.
So real quick correction. So I just read in the Purple Pill, I saw a comment, someone saying that video is being circulated even though it's older, which is actually what I was looking for. So apparently it's from like 2018 after we
I'm not talking about
Iranian...
I'm not talking about a video. I'm talking about the earlier attack.
Oh, I know, brother. I was just correcting for the record because I just talked about that video. I thought you were done.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just letting everyone know that video isn't like they went and burned it today, which is how it was presented. And that's why I was saying, oh man, this is bad. So it's old. When we pulled out of the previous nuclear deal or whatever, that was with Obama in 2018, then they did that in the parliament. So it's not new. So Iran's not like trying to, provoke the US, which makes more sense.
It's the opposite. If you look at all the statements coming out from Iran, they're literally trying their best not to have any kind of negative engagement with the US. You saw that with them saying that the only way they'd actually, they basically said, even though we know the US is involved, even though we know that the US is facilitating, even though we know the US is helping, even though we know that the US attack is being used, unless the US directly militarily attacks us, that's when we'll go to war with them. So it clearly shows that they're trying everything in their power to make sure they don't go to war with US. Some breaking news, though, guys. Some breaking news. Now I'm just some breaking news. Al Mayadeen correspondent. Go ahead. Bro. Thank you. Al Mayadeen correspondent in South Lebanon says 2 people killed and a child injured among citizens and damage to commercial establishments as a result of the Israeli airstrike carried out by a drone with a large missile targeting a motorcycle in Kafr Juz area in the city of Nabatea. So unfortunately, 2 people have been killed and a child has been injured. The United Nations Office for Humanitarian Affairs says fuel in Gaza is running out, leading to the collapse of essential lifelines. Gaza hospitals are plunging into darkness. Water is about to run out and ambulances are unable to operate. Actually, my friend did send me a video today from Gaza. I didn't get a chance to look at it. We've just been so busy, haven't we? Maybe I'll quickly watch it and then maybe play it for you guys. And an Indian ship, because he's directly from the last remaining functional hospital in Gaza. Indian ship docket. Okay, that's fine. We've got that. That's fine. That we've got that news up to date. Okay, all yeah. Okay, this is a good one. All the officers and soldiers are in shelters. Okay, cool. That's a good one. That'll. What's this? Okay, cool. That's the latest news. If there is any latest news, guys, do jump in with it, and we'll.
Alerts going off right now. another arrow sign is going off as drones are entering occupied Palestine. Trump released a statement to Axios that they're not sure that the bunker buster will be able to work on the intended target. And there was North Korea issued another warning. Israel raids on Iran are attempting to ignite conflict. We warn Washington and European powers against adding fuel to the fire. So those three things, and with the new raid.
So there's a drone infiltration in northern Palestine, northern occupied Palestine.
Yeah, that's the sirens going off right now.
Israel's going all out. This is their chance to get greater Israel in their mind for sure.
You mean Iran, right?
The sirens are now spreading all throughout, not just now throughout Israel, I guess.
Wait. You said there's new sirens all throughout Israel.
Yes, in Bisan, specifically in the Bisan area. Bisan is northern occupied Palestine.
Okay, I've not seen anything on this.
Sources from ABC are warning now of a potential U.S. strike on Fardo would not be single, but rather multiple strikes, obviously.
What would be the strategic value there for Iran?
Well, I think right now the biggest question is, since Putin said that there were secret underground facilities that have not been hit, that means that Fardo may not be it. And additionally, now America has to contemplate that there's 200 Russian specialists setting up nuclear power plants inside of Iran. And if you remember, one of Trump's biggest mouthpieces about getting control of Ukraine's national resources is he said, well, we would have Americans there mining them, and Iran, that would be defense enough. We don't need to send military equipment because nobody would attack the Americans now. So Putin has made it clear that there's 200 Russians that are assisting Iran there. So that's got to change the entire equation too.
No,
That was
I'm
never.
asking why would they be targeting northern, what was it, DD? Northern Gaza or northern Palestine? Like, what strategic value does Iran have to attacking the northern part of
No,
Palestine?
Northern
occupied.
occupied Palestine. So it's north. Yeah, it's Israel.
Because there's gay pride parades over there. They don't like homosexuals, Joe.
It's on the west bank of the Jordan-Palestinian border right now. And they are spreading alerts. They're spreading all over now.
Axios is, that's probably from the drone moving around. They probably can't catch it. Axios is reporting that, and this is a direct quote. Sully, it did send it to you. Axios citing U.S. officials, Trump does not want to drag Washington into a long-term war. He wants to ensure that an attack on Iran is truly necessary.
I think we might get peace, bro.
They're actually sending out mixed. It's like two different major sources are sending out mixed messages. I think they're doing that on purpose.
You mean from Iran, right?
No, I mean
No,
from.
brother, I think Israel,
No,
yeah, Zionists. Yeah.
Are you asking why? I think the news reports about first it's going to be multiple bunker busters. Another one says so we see different stories from ABC and the Wall Street Journal contradicting each other almost simultaneously. So I think that there's they're making an attempt to cause chaos and to cause confusion.
Well, here's my question, right? So this last one that was read from Iran is super reasonable and diplomatic, and he makes it clear, like, we're not even interested in a nuclear bomb, et cetera. And that's all Trump's been saying is just no nuclear bomb, no nuclear bomb. And so that seems like, oh, really feasible that we could end something. You're going to have like the little Zionist instigator in the corner, right? Like Netanyahu, the murderous psychopath, just trying to sabotage it or whatever. But then I heard another statement earlier where it's like, either you die slowly in your bunkers or you leave the occupied state, which is saying like Israel needs to actually abandon the state entirely or it won't stop, which is very different things, right? So I'm not sure.
Oh, no, hold on. So the conversation that they have with Israel is not the same conversation that they have with America. And Truth, correct me if I'm wrong. But that's been Iran's state status like forever. They've said we're not doing a nuclear bomb, but we reserve our right to enrich uranium, which again, they've complied with every single um you know, intermediary to go in. So they've done what they needed to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like they comply with everything. They've had inspections. They've had the IAEA, I think it's called. They've
IAEA,
had them in.
right, and the
Yeah, they've
NPT.
had
They're
them
registered with both. Look, the point I'm going to make
exactly.
here is there's an obvious double standard here. Israel was allowed to build its nuclear energy program, its reactor, without any oversight, without any checks and balances. They did so illegally, and they stole the uranium from America, from Numek and the Apollo, Pennsylvania plant. I mean, everyone can look up the Apollo affair. It's very well documented. Mordecai Beninu confirmed it. Yet no one bats an eye when you've got, what's his name, Arnon Rothschild stealing nuclear switches and giving it to Israel. You had, of course, Ethel and Julius Rosenberg caught, stealing nuclear secrets, giving it to Israel. Not to Israel, sorry, there's no Israel that time. Giving it to the USSR, also Jewish run, and they built a nuclear bomb that way as well. So all
yeah.
these Jewish agents and all this hypocrisy when it comes to Israel and its nuclear program, and yet all of a sudden they want to enforce the rules when it comes to Iran, rules for thee and not for me. And the hypocrisy is pathetic, and it should get called out more often.
I agree with this 100%, right? Israel is like, they think that they're literally chosen and special and don't have to adhere to all the standards of everyone else. And they still what they use to do a nuclear program and then don't even publicly acknowledge it or adhere to the international regulations. It's like laughable. I guess just to clarify what I'm asking, maybe you guys coming out here, right? I heard a statement earlier where it was saying that they needed to leave the occupied state, basically given the dichotomy of die slowly in your bunker or leave the occupied state. I don't know if that's referring to Gaza or if that's referring to Israel entirely as a state. The point I'm making is obviously if Iran's coming to the table now, it's like, well, now that you've started this, we're going all out. You're going to leave and abandon Israel altogether that you stole, or not going to end saying we're open to diplomacy. We don't actually want a nuclear weapon. Then it seems feasible that we would be able to have some diplomacy. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, obviously, America's not going to sit
No,
by if Iran says leave Israel.
well, here's the thing, right? Who started this? Was Israel, right? At the end of the day, I don't think Iran's state status and objective has not been very clear to the genocidal state. Not once, right? They are on occupied land. Iran is one of the only countries that remains in the Middle East that fully declares that. And their stance on that has not changed not once. It has not faltered.
But
And
you're
at the end
saying
of the
like,
day, what they're saying to the United States, the globe, I think you're kind of conflating both issues. They're two very separate, right? The US has to decide, are we gonna die for Israel or are we not? And I'll be damned if we die for Israel.
And there is another point is where Iran stands in regard to Palestine is very clear. The Supreme Leader always talked about it and said that the ultimate solution is the Palestinian has to make the decision whether they want the Israelis to be there or not. That's the ultimate stand of Islamic Republic when it comes to Palestine. But when it comes to those other threats, you got to understand it's like we are going the same route of October 7, right? Like when October 7 happened, everybody's like, oh, they attacked and all that. So you got to look from a broader angle and look the whole picture of what's happening. Like Iran, where Iran stands and where it has been standing and historically and even like complying to the authority, to the international authority. It's always been there, and it dealt with all of it. But now at this point, when they're directly attacked and directly killed people in Iran, men and women and children, there's no way back. The same way that Israeli said there's no way, no return of this, it goes the same for Iran as well. So, as the Supreme Leader last night said, we won't comply to come to the table when you're attacking us so you can get whatever the hell you want. You're getting it because since 1992 you're telling us that Iran is getting nuclear bomb in 2 months, in 6 months, in 1 year, in 2 years. Now it's 2025. If Iran wanted to have a nuclear bomb, They could have it a long time ago. They couldn't even buy it. They could just give some bananas to North Korea and get something from them in return. So if they wanted to have nuclear bomb, they could have. So it's never been about nuclear bomb. It's never been about that. It's all about control. It's all about like changing what they're standing for. So it's never been about nuclear from beginning, and that's aside. It's just everything to me right now with U.S. about to get into the war and we don't know what's going to happen and all that. It's just disappointing because it seems like we don't want to learn from the history from the past and it just tells me that the president of the United States doesn't matter XYZ whoever is in power they're not in control of foreign policy. It's literally like Trump wanted to end the war within 24 hours with Russia and Ukraine, and now we are getting into the third war. Like, what the hell is going on? And now he doesn't even know what to do. Like, he says something, he gets excited because some other people were cheering him, and he tweets something, and then he goes like after a few hours says something else. Now we don't know what the hell he's going to do. What are the
I'm so
where
sorry,
United States
brother.
going to
Breaking
stand?
news.
Good.
Breaking news, explosion sound from west of Bisan. So whatever that was, I don't know whether it was shot down or whether it hit its target, but Bisan, um, west of Bisan in occupied Palestine there's been explosions. Also, there's a new missile launch alert from the Islamic Republic from Iran.
The alert
Just
I'm hearing is from drones.
Just to clarify, brother, I agree with everything you're saying. I think you guys are misinterpreting me as if you're needed to convince me of the Iranian side of this, right? That's not the case at all. I'm 100% staunchly opposed to Israel. I think it's an apartheid state. It was stolen. People were murdered. It's not their land. All of that, right? I'm simply trying to figure out if there's a realistic chance of some type of peaceable agreement. And what I'm saying is, if Iran is saying at one time, well, Israel needs to leave that occupied state altogether, if we're going to be realistic, America's not going to sit there and watch that happen, right? Just like they're not going to watch Israel literally be like turned into rubble. Now, America would say, okay, if we can come to some type of nuclear agreement, which Iran is saying they don't even want to nuke, then maybe we could, and maybe we could then hope that America would actually somehow turn around. Trump would have a backbone and tell Israel to sit down, right? You see my point here, right? Like, I'm just trying to figure that part out. Like, what exactly is Iran demanding? Are they basically saying now that you've attacked, it's over? Like, we're going to make Israel clear out, or are they just saying, well, we're going to obviously hit you back in the mouth, and we don't even want nukes, so maybe they would still be open to talking to Trump, right?
I don't see any point in talking to Trump. He's proven he's not, a fair, good faith actor. They already had, in case you forgot what it said, they already had a nuclear agreement in place, which Trump trashed in 2018. So his word means nothing. You're supposed to honor all the agreements from previous administrations, as has been the tradition with presidents. He didn't do that because he was bought and paid for by, of course, the pro-Jewish, pro-Israeli media. And so what reason does Iran have to trust or put their faith into another agreement when it could be trashed by the next administration? So they have absolutely no incentive, really, to take that risk, much less like give up their entire nuclear program. That's off the table. It's not going to happen. They'll settle for
Well,
low
it's to avoid the
enrichment,
bloodshed of
but no
millions of
enrichment.
people, right? Truth.
Sorry?
It's like none of us want to see a full out war with America directly engaged, right? Like we
Israel does.
may,
No, that's not true. Israel does.
yeah, but I'm saying none of us do. Israel's the only one I would
But
think,
Israel's
and
not going to honor an agreement anywhere unless it's zero enrichment. So where is there any haggle room?
I'm just saying, I certainly, for one, can say I hope that there is some type of peaceable agreement because although Iran might be underestimated and not accurately represented in the Western media, and they are very strong, so is America. And my position is that America does not publicly release. I know quite a few people in the military. Dude, the public acknowledgement of what we have is a joke. We have way more stuff than the public knows about, right? So I would not want to see we don't want to see World War III, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like we actually want to avoid that, right? Are we all in agreement that we don't want to actually watch
No,
World War
We
III?
are.
sorry.
I'm sorry if I could just real quick, but we are in agreement about that, right? But who brought us here, right? Like I'm not even trying to be funny. Who brought us here? And they brought us here in the intent. They're telling Iran you can't have anything to defend yourself. Forget just nukes, right? They're talking about no kind of enrichments, no missiles. Oh,
The
and your
Libya
proxies.
model.
Get rid of
The
everything. So
Libya model.
right. Yeah, we're gonna come and blow everything up. We'll switch out your government, everything, and destroy your people. Like, yeah, we don't want World War III, but this wasn't Iran that brought us to World War III. So why, I don't even see what they said that was so wrong, to be honest, and say like, you guys have to leave. At the end of the day, they kept coming to these discussions with America, coming to these discussions, what was it, 5 discussions for peace? And the whole time, America and Israel was planning something behind their back, like they always do with these kind of negotiations, these peace treaties and stuff. This is what America does. Didi, if you have to do breaking news, you definitely can. But I'm just saying, this is not on Iran. So we need to maybe, I don't know, tell the Zios that they need to figure out how they speak in so that we don't have the World War III.
Well, we need Trump to tell them to sit down and that they're not going to get what they want. And if Iran agrees to no nuclear weapon,
I
that's our
think you have a
most
lot of
realistic
faith in
chance of
Trump.
peace.
Trump in
I don't
2015.
trust Trump at all, dude.
Okay, Trump in 2015 wrote, Sheldon Adelson is looking to give big dollars to Rubio because he feels he can mold him into his little puppet. I agree. All right. And he took money from there, Adelson, which turned him into a little puppet. It's not America that's going to tell Israel what to do. And even Trump knows that because he wrote about it in 2015.
Okay, I am super anti-Trump, bro. Like I've called out that he's a Zionist on my YouTube channel for
Yeah,
7 years.
I'm just saying, he himself admits that when you take money from them, you become their puppet. He said it himself in 15. He then took the money. He became the puppet. And I
Okay, well,
understand that you
Israel's
declare.
demanding a lot more than Trump is, right? Can we agree with that? Like Israel's saying no ballistic missiles, regime change, and Trump's not saying that. Trump's saying no nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
But I think what Trump is telling the American people
No,
is a
Joe,
different thing than
Trump is
what
No,
saying
he's
whatever
Iran.
not.
Israel says.
Yeah, Casey, and didn't he also say they started off with a small percentage of uranium enrichment, and didn't they change that to 0 enrichment, Casey?
Exactly. It's whatever the Israelis say is what Trump is going to say. Okay. So even if he didn't break it down 100 times like that he's going to do what they want. This is why we're in this place. This is why we're in this mess in the first place, to back them up for their insane, unhinged, psychopathic requests. How do you tell a country that we are going to Libya you during the fake negotiations that they were having about peace? I think Iran's been extremely peaceful. And to be honest, I don't know if it's like a superiority thing. We could say America has a lot of stuff. Look, I don't know what Iran has, but I'm saying that they have the upper hand right now, and I hope they use it well.
Well, just to clarify, I agree with all that, other than I don't think Iran has the upper hand on America. But I agree with all of this. I'm just saying, I think there's a part of us that's like, screw Israel. It's time for them to get wiped off the map. And I get it. I'm just saying, I don't think we realize the implications of if America gets directly involved. Russia just said, without saying it today, they will immediately be backing up Iran. We're talking about World War III. We're talking about now, wherever you live, potentially having tons of bombs dropped there. So, I mean, yeah, I get it. I'm just talking about, like, I don't agree with any of it. I think Iran's been incredibly patient and taken the high road and been screwed over repeatedly. And we've known that our intel agencies had them on a list as the last one to go get a long time ago, right? I fully am on Iran's side. That doesn't mean I'm on the side of World War III, though.
Khaleesi, are you there?
I am here, guys. I'm back. So I hear you guys have been running this space. Thank you to all the panel, and especially thank you to the listeners. Guys, let's reset the space, please. I want everybody to take the link and post it out again for me. And you can take the link by pressing that little button on the left of the purple pill. So on the bottom right-hand side, there's a purple pill which says 3834. To the left of that little symbol you see with the 3 round circles, press that, copy the link, and paste it for me. Paste it on your profiles for me, please. Paste it underneath somebody else's tweet that you'd like to see in this space. I'd be really grateful so we can get the space continuing with the breaking news. So, guys, I tried to catch up with the news today, right? And I've been out all day. And so what I understand is that Trump had a meeting, to sum it up, He's come out of the meeting and he's saying he's not going to tell us what he's decided, and he's going to give a classified document to Pentagon next week. Apart from that, he's done his whole schizophrenic talk today, you know. It's too late for them to come to the table, and it's never too late. I don't know which one stands, but both of them were said within 2 minutes of each other. And a lot of talk about, yes, you know, they can't have nuclear weapons. They don't have nuclear weapons. The International Atomic Energy Association has said they do not have nuclear weapons. They've gone in, they've inspected, they've never had nuclear weapons. This nuclear weapon thing has been running for over 2 decades now. Literally 2 decades. The inspectors have gone in, there are no nuclear weapons there. So they cannot negotiate on something they do not have. Now, when you hear Netanyahu say, A, this is about regime change, and B, when Khamenei is dead, this ends. Right? This ends. Those 2 statements came out of Netanyahu days ago. Then you know what this is about. It's not about nukes. So what does it mean if it's not about nukes? What it means is that Israel wants war. And it's just up to America whether he's going to back it or not. As far as I'm concerned, he's already backed it. He's fueling their freaking jets. He's making all this get out of Tehran now. He's not stopping the terrorist, that is Netanyahu. He's backing up the terrorist. I heard a little bit of his Netanyahu's, you know, we had such a warm conversation last night. Oh my God, it sounded evil. We had such a warm conversation last night. Me and Trump have a very warm relationship. It's like, who would have a warm relationship with you, mate? And then I've heard Trump saying, oh, we talk all the time. So what is that if that's not complicity? That is outright complicity. So I want to thank everybody who's joined us. I want to ask everyone to make sure you've got your notifications on for Suleiman. And then I'm going to go to Abu Sita. Abu Sita, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think today, what happened today was really interesting. That Senate meeting to brief the Senate that came right after he came out of the Situation Room basically completely de-escalated that rush to war that we were seeing today. It seemed almost imminent again, 2 days in a row. He goes to the Situation Room and leaves us all hanging here, waiting for his response, and he hasn't even addressed the American people yet. And immediately after he called that Senate briefing early next week, so he basically postponed any decisions till next week. We see these strikes in southern Lebanon. And also, to coincide with those strikes in southern Lebanon, I think the Israelis are trying to get a response from Hezbollah to pressure the Americans further into interfering. Also, Axios is actually a really interesting media outlet. They've been known to have information ahead of any other news outlet, and it's kind of indicative of their connection to the intelligence community in the United States. They use them to leak information all the time to signal different things. Axios comes out right after the headline about the Senate meeting. Axios comes out and says that the Israelis told Trump that if a bomb can't get Fordo facility, we may use a human option, basically sending in special operatives to Fordo to get it done. Basically, they're telling the Americans, we can either do it the clean way with you, with your limited strike on Fordo, or we can do it the dirty way, sending in human assets into Iran. It's absolutely crazy. It's something out of a James Bond movie. They want to send in operatives, and that's going to be catastrophic. So I think instead of a false flag, they're gonna coerce the Americans through another front in Lebanon and making like really crazy military options that they'll take on their own. Thank you.
So thanks for that, Abu Sita. So, you know, you said it as I was thinking it. You said 2 days in a row. This is what it is, right? It's 2 days in a row of just making. So what he's doing, okay, let me tell you what he's doing. He's trying to push it as like moving all this military equipment out to the Middle East to scare Iran. Maybe they'll back down. Maybe they'll accept defeat. I'm going into the Pentagon. I'm going to have these briefings. We might strike imminently. We're going to go in. We had all of this last night, and we had the whole thing again today. It's drama. It's filibustering. But do you know what it is? He is making us focus on him while he gives Israel enough time to continue bombing Tehran. So what he's trying to show is it's nothing to do with me, Gov. Look, I already made my decision. I'm still going through the process here to discuss what's going to happen. actually he has made his decision and he's actually helping them bomb Iran, bomb Tehran and do their terrorism. So then he's not held responsible. It doesn't look like America ever took part. America is taking part. I'm sorry, if I'm going to fuel your freaking jets for you to go and bomb Tehran, if I'm going to make sure my ships and my jets are there to protect you while you go and bomb Tehran, then that's my terrorism right there. Whilst I'm playing this circus, I can't even listen to the guy. I mean, how thick is he? Like, Joa, I'm sorry, I don't care, crypto, no crypto. How could you even vote for that guy? Like, seriously, how dumb does he sound when you listen to him today? Joa,
Well,
tell me, explain
I'm
to everyone.
scared. I'm scared to think. Look, as you know, I was when we used to have chill spaces. I was the only anti-Trump guy up here. But I'm scared to think where we would be with Kamala at this moment. Right? I really am, because I don't think we would be having any pushback whatsoever. And that's
What?
I really don't, because she wasn't pushing back before.
But her base would have pushed back, Joa.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Khaleesi, to
but,
take that over like that. I'm
but
just shocked
Casey,
that you just said that. Sorry.
but her base pushed back before, where 64% of people were saying not to arm Israel, and they continue to do it. Right? Her base was pushing back before, and they didn't change course. Trump at least changes course. If 82% of people are against this thing and they start speaking up, Trump will change course, right? And they will not win the midterms.
Yeah, well, Joe, Trump's already doing it. He's doing the war, but he's just not calling it that. And he's trying to do this whole pantomime of, well, I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. Let's see. We're going to have another meeting. Go ahead, Didi, and then I'll come to you, Obasita.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that what scared me with Harris, and it was one thing, and it was that View interview. When she was asked by the View point blank, what would you change differently between your administration and the Biden administration? She said nothing, right? And now we're finding out after the Biden Harris administration, we're finding out they didn't even discuss, not once, not one time, a ceasefire. What we had in America was two really shitty options, in my opinion.
Even worse,
Yeah,
Didi, well, she had said that she would continue what Joe started, remember, during that interview, because Joe hasn't done anything wrong. I remember that interview. I watched it. That really changed my opinion, that interview.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Joa, I was not a fan of Kamala Harris either, but she wasn't president at the time, right? Biden was president. And now, I mean, we knew all along. You look at Biden, he wasn't really in charge at all. He didn't know whether to go left on stage, right on stage, or fall off the stage. Literally, guy couldn't even get up a flight of stairs. So he wasn't in charge, neither was she. The difference was when they were in power in whatever context. As Casey said, their base stood and banged. Those student encampments, those nationwide protests. And you know what Trump did when he came in? This was planned. I was thinking about this today while I was driving. This was planned. The first thing he did was arm Netanyahu to the hilt the minute he came in. He gave more arsenal to Netanyahu in the first 8 weeks of his presidency than I think had been given to Netanyahu in the previous 12 months. Under Biden's presidency, number one. Number two, we're coming out of the United Nations Human Rights Committee. We don't want that. Don't like your human rights thing. You're biased. You're telling us it's a genocide. It's not. You keep giving all these resolutions against us. So we ain't going to listen to you, United Nations Human Rights, either. Oh, by the way, the ICC, don't care about that too much either. And the ICJ, they can go to hell either. And Trump and Netanyahu made all those statements and decisions together. All of them together.
Khaleesi, the ICC thing was under Biden, right? And on top of it, when Trump came in, they gave them the money, but they didn't give them the weapons yet. They held back the weapons for a long time. Not that, I mean, Biden did the same thing. Like, they both did the same thing where they were like, okay, until you do this, we're not giving you the weapons. Same exact thing happened, but the ICC thing happened under Biden, did it not? Or am I wrong?
No. The ICC, like literally, South Africa went to the ICC under Biden. What I'm saying is, when Trump came into power, that's when they said, we don't care about the International Criminal Court. They were biased, and Trump backed that statement up. We basically don't care about this humanitarian law. We're going to back out of the ICC. You remember that?
I remember that, but what did Biden say about it?
Nothing. Biden just let everybody clap like a freaking seals in Congress when he came, didn't he? It's not a comparison, Noah. It's not a comparison. The thing is, right, the times have changed. Trump has come into power. He came into power, taking your example, right? Trump came into power as an anti-war president. He's anything but anti-war. He has supported, and because his base is so, it's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cultist base. Like, he could start bombing Iran tonight, and his cultist base would say, oh, Islamic terrorists are going to have nukes. They were going to kill us all. It's good. It's good. We need to do this. We need to annihilate Iran, sorry. It's ridiculous, right? He's gathered up students. He's dragged people off the street. He's started deporting them. He's created an environment of chaos and fear across America where people are even too scared to protest.
1,000,000%. But you know what? I just looked it up. You know what Biden said about the ICC ruling? This is an outrageous ruling. Let me be clear. Whatever this prosecutor might imply, there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas, and we will forever stand with Israel. You know what I mean? Like, where do you have a choice here? Because I know you don't want the comparison, but there were only two choices, right? They're both shit. And Trump is enriching himself like crazy, which means Simon had pointed out a million times how he's doing it. But he's just guaranteed himself $60 million a year for the rest of his life through Qatar. Like, I don't like Trump, but internationally, I think Trump nationally is worse than Biden. Internationally, I think he's better. That's all. But there's no good choice.
So, number one, you and I both know Biden did not make that statement. Somebody wrote it and it was read out as though it's coming from Biden's office. The same way somebody said Biden had seen pictures and evidence of the 40 beheaded babies before Biden had even woken up, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is Biden may have said this ruling is biased, etc., etc., etc. What he didn't do was the ICC is not fit for purpose and we're going to pull ourselves out of it, which is what Trump said. That's the difference. He still upheld the fact that there was an international criminal court, or whoever wrote that statement on his behalf, still upheld it. And you know, the thing is, what Biden didn't do was go to the Middle East, get freaking big old jets and say we're going to build Trump towers everywhere and it's all for him and his family. Last time in his presidency, his family, Ivanka and all of those guys, they were front seat. This time, to avoid criticism, you don't see them. You don't see Jared Kushner everywhere. You don't see those people everywhere, but they are still there. I saw when he went to that wrestling match the other day, I was watching a clip of it, and you can see his daughter in the background, but she didn't come in. Nobody covered the fact that she was there. This is Trump doing everything for Trump and his family. Biden didn't do that. I don't even want to do a comparison because, look, Biden does have genocide on his hands, but anybody knows he was not in his right mind. He was not the guy in charge. I don't know who the frig was in charge, but it wasn't him. He was calling out people in a press conference who died and he held a memorial for them. Do you remember that woman? She died in a car crash and he held a memorial service for her. Who was she, Casey?
I forgot her name, but he was calling her out. It was like the biggest story. It was so bizarre, Khaleesi. Let me try to look up her name.
So this chick who was in his government or whatever, she died in a car crash. He held a big memorial service for her. And then 2 weeks later in the press conference, he was like, where is she? Why isn't she here? I thought she was going to be here. And it's just like, you just held a memorial service for her. You know she died in a car crash. He was not in charge. He's not the guy that was in charge. So whoever was in charge are the same people that are in charge of Trump. The difference is that Trump has his own agenda here. And while he's filling his pockets, he's going to do exactly what they want. And what they want him to do is exactly what he's doing. Are you telling me America's not at war with Iran right now? With all the equipment that they've sent there? With the fueling of the...
Khaleesi, I made
Wolorowski.
Yeah, I made the same argument, Khaleesi. I said, look, if you look at what Iran has done for Hezbollah or Hamas, it is absolutely no different than what America has done for Israel. So if Iran is attacking Israel through their proxies, then America is attacking Iran through its proxies. It's the same thing.
No, it is not the same thing.
No, it's not. God, Casey. Casey, educate Joe why it's different. Tell him, Casey.
Because what about the flag? No, that's resistance, Joe. These people are occupying the land. Every time you turn around, every time you turn around, these Israelis are occupying their land, taking their land. I mean, they're even occupying like Lebanon and stuff. So come on, Joe, that is not the same thing at all. No, Joe, you know me. Come on, we know that's not the same thing. Okay,
No, I agree with you.
long to think that that's the
It's
same thing.
resistance. I'm just saying, when you look at facts between funding and weapons and everything else, it's no different than what America does for Israel. Israel is the aggressor. Israel struck Hezbollah first. Israel struck Syria first. Israel struck Lebanon first. Israel struck Iran first. Israel struck the West Bank first. They replied on October 7th, but that was, they had bombed them on September 26th, 25th, 24th, 25th, and 26th.
Whoa, who's this anti-Semite talking here, blaming Israel, blaming the Jews for everything, huh? The Jews cause all the wars, eh, Joe?
They do, not Jews. Israel causes all the war.
Israel's a Jewish state, bud. You can't walk that back.
Yeah, not all Jews are Israeli.
Welcome to the anti-Semite club, Joe. It took a while, huh?
Not all Jews are Israeli.
You finally popped your cherry, huh? Look how long it took.
Stop it, you anti-Semites.
You filthy anti-Semite.
I got that title, Chris. I got that title. Go, Casey, and then we go to Sean.
He still has ways to go, but the training wheels are off now, Khaleesi.
But let me just say this real quick because I got to put y'all back in my pocket. Two things. Didi, you're right. Her name was Jackie. It was Jackie Rolomorsky something. Where's Jackie? Where's Jackie? Couldn't find Jackie because poor Jackie had already been buried. Poor thing. Rest in peace to Jackie. But anyway, look, I don't know. Look, man. All I can say is this. I get it, Joe. You know, you on the fence a little bit because you made that vote. I'm not going to sit here and judge you. You know, it is what it is. I'm just glad that I'm not in your shoes and I don't have to defend none of this nonsense and say, well, it would have been worse under Kamala. No. Nothing to me has changed, to be honest. I mean, if anything, it's just like the same thing going. I mean, it really is. What has really changed? A bunch of promises not kept and everything, you know? So, I mean, again, like I said, I'm just glad that the Lord put me around people who were giving me the truth. And I abstained my vote. Yes, there was a third option. And I wish every American would have did it that day, but they didn't. But I wasn't putting my vote into this. Once I realized how this country runs, and that's the other thing that's different too, Joa, is that Hezbollah and Hamas don't run Iran. Israel runs. Israel drags America, takes her by the hair, and just swings her around. Okay, so once I figured that out, I was like, there's just no point for me to toss a ballot in.
Yeah, there's loads of differences, right? So they don't interfere in politics. Iran doesn't interfere in anybody's local politics, in elections. Hamas was democratically elected. They elected their leader themselves. Iran doesn't interfere. It doesn't bribe. It doesn't coerce. It doesn't do pedophilia. It doesn't do blackmail, number one. Number two, all of these resistance factions have operated within the framework of international law as far as killing civilians go, right? October the 7th is an exception because October the 7th was only, and if you read Hamas's statement, is because they wanted to go onto military bases, take military personnel and take them as captives so they could get their thousands and thousands of Palestinians that are in prison. And we know that now. We knew that at the time, but now it's public. They wanted to get them released as an hostage exchange, right? All the allegations, I was talking to somebody about this today, about the rape allegations, and I was like, look what happened. This, you know, the only democracy in the Middle East, the most moral army, they were having right to rape protest and right to rape discussions. And the rape videos that came out of that prison, let's not forget all of this. Iran didn't do that. There was allegations against all of the resistance factions. There's zero evidence that they've ever done that. They repeatedly always warn civilians, make sure you're not there. They've only ever targeted military bases and government bases and made sure nobody was there. They've never hit a radio channel or a TV station while it's live on air. They've never gone out of the way to kill journalists. They've never gone out of the way to kill doctors and pharmacists and professors. You know, this is what Israel does. It is terrorism. It's against international law. Now, if somebody was going to come onto my family's estate here and they were going to try to like set it alight and burn me and rob from my family and kill my family members, And you came along, Joa, as a bit of a savior and said, Khaleesi, do you know what? I'll help you. I'll help you, you know, with some weapons or something so you can defend yourself. There is no difference between, there is a massive difference between the two. That's what I was going to say. Sorry. It's not a case that there's no difference between the two. You're helping me protect my land, protect my family who've been slaughtered for decades. You're helping me actually just have a bit of dignity and not see my whole kind of community of Palestinians be annihilated. That's what you're helping me do. And the terrorist is trying to kill us all.
I agree with all those points. I was just saying when people say there's an axis of evil, that funds these groups, America does a lot more for Israel, which is the initiator of war over and over and over and over. And I really think it's for Netanyahu to stay in power that he has to keep opening all these fronts. Remind you, this started October 7th for them, right? And the only argument was we need to kill Hamas and get the hostages. And they've done pretty much everything else except to target Hamas and get the hostages. They've attacked Lebanon, they've attacked Syria, they've attacked Iran now. He's just simply trying to stay in power. That's all this is. And his 30-year promise of Iran is building nukes. It's WMD Iraq #2.
You know what it is, Joe? I just think that we've got to think big about this, right? This isn't about Iran. This should be now America's fight for its freedom. So many Americans know what's going on. You need to frigging get your country and get it rescued away because it's fully occupied. Fully occupied. And when you guys find your freedom, we're going to find our freedom because we follow everything you say. We're occupied by America. We've got so many freaking American bases in this country. Do you know how many military bases we've got on our piddly little island of England? Our piddly little island of England, so many American bases. Unbelievable. So this is about getting rid of Israel out of our country. It's dirty money. It's corruption with our politicians. Because when that stops, all the aggression against Iran and Lebanon. And do you know what? Like, Palestinians never occupied anybody's land. Hezbollah never occupied anybody's land.
Yeah,
Iranians never occupied anybody's land.
Khaleesi, what Americans need to realize is that Netanyahu, if successful here, has already said that he's going after Pakistan next. Right? He doesn't stop here. Right? He just said that 2 days ago.
Did he say that 2 days ago?
Yeah, he said Pakistan is next.
Well, the Pakistan Chief of Army Staff, the COAS, was in Washington a couple of days ago. Number one, I actually think he's going to go after Turkey next. It's a NATO country. And I think because they tried it against Erdogan before, right? They tried to do one of these regime changes against Erdogan. But the Turkish people aren't stupid. They've learned from being so close to Europe. So what they did was they were like, no, you know what? We're not having it. I don't care. We don't like Erdogan, but no one's going to try to frigging do a coup in our country and do a revolution in our country. Guys, I'm just going to, there's a breaking news tweet. I'm going to put it in the nest if it's not already, then let me put it in. It says, Israel censored this video, but an Indian vessel captured the moment two Iranian ballistic missiles struck Tel Aviv today. And I'm looking at it, guys. The sky is red on fire. Literally, I'm not joking. These don't even look like missiles. There's just like these blobs of big light going everywhere. That is a fire video, guys. Please share it. Please retweet it. It's in the nest. You can see it. I'm actually just going to share it myself quickly. I'm going to go to Didi in a second, but Joa, listen, let me tell you something, right? If Netanyahu thinks he's going to get one in with the Pakistanis, he's got another thing coming. He doesn't know them. They freaking run rings around him. Let me tell you with experience, they will run rings around him. He's going to play little pigeon hopscotch with them. He's not going to be able to get in with them that quickly. And they're a nuclear country. I know he wants to get to them, but I think he'll go after Turkey next. Didi, go ahead.
Oh, Khaleesi, speaking of Turkey, I think there's clashes in Syria going on today, and they're saying that it's Israel attacking Turkish proxies. Sorry, go ahead, Didi. I just wanted to add that part.
No, I just wanted to continue off of something that Khaleesi really put well, really, really well. And that's something that a lot of people don't know. And we actually saw it today. Whenever Hamas, and by the way, I'm in a country where I cannot support Hamas, therefore I do not. So let me make that abundantly clear. But I will say this, and you take it with the way that you want to take it. Hamas, whenever they target a military operative, any soldier, any IDF member, there's always an airlift. Today by itself, there were 3 airlifts out of Gaza. You have never, not once heard Hamas has shot at the helicopter or the people coming in to rescue the people that they were hurt. Not one time. But on the flip switch, right? You have seen many, many times that the IDF do target aid workers, they target ambulance drivers, they target medics every single time. But Hamas has never, not once, has there ever been a story that they've shot at the helicopter or the medics. Not one time. Thank you.
Yeah, and do you know what else, DG, right? Can we just take a moment to remember and it's fresh in my mind because we were speaking about it today. I'm just going to put I'm going to put a tweet in the nest, guys, and this says breaking: North Korea says Israel is committing terrorism in Iran. I feel like somebody from maybe Xi Jinping's listening to our conversation right here. That's what's going down because he's repeating our words. So apparently,
Shout out to him.
shout out to him. You've been plugging the space link under his post, have you, Brother Mofit? So let me tweet this out. Yeah, but North Korea's foreign ministry accused Israel of quote unquote state-sponsored terrorism for its attack on Iran, calling it a crime against humanity and a threat of all-out war. Pyongyang condemned the US and West as a cancer-like entity. I will love it. So America and the West are a cancer-like entity fueling instability in the Middle East. So he says it. He says we, the West and America, are the ones that are fueling instability in the Middle East. And absolutely it is. You'd have to be blind or in a cult not to see it. And then he says the DPRK said Israel and Western forces behind the conflict would be held responsible for destroying international peace. This affects everybody, guys. This literally affects everybody. Do you know, I was trying to keep up with the news and I thought, freaking hell, you know what? That lunatics in the White House, World War's probably going to break out tomorrow. I'm fueling up our cars, literally. I was like, fill all the tanks up, seriously, because tomorrow I'm probably going to get there and there's going to be no petrol, no oil, no fuel, no nothing, no gas. We don't know. He's got the whole world held to ransom. And today, I was talking to somebody and I was like, when you think about that first in November 2023, when the first, as Biden's cabinet called, humanitarian pause, it was that initial ceasefire for 5 days that happened. And when they released the hostages from Israel, they were like, remember, like, Israel missed a trick there because they didn't think they'd go straight out and give interviews to the press and stuff. They were like hugging and doing fist palms and, you know, touching the Hamas guy's arms and saying, I hope you're okay, look after yourself. And that chick who was blowing kisses at Hamas, you know, this is how well they were treated. And then the second lot of hostages, I was like, Hamas outdid it. Like, this is after Yahya Sinwar was killed, right after, and then after Ismail Haniyeh was killed, like, Gaza's destroyed. And these guys, they bring up a big full-on stage. They've got these massive posters of Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh, and they've got music playing in the background. And Netanyahu's just said, Hamas is destroyed, Gaza's destroyed, I've achieved one of my objectives. And I'm thinking, where did these guys get printing facilities to print these massive posters? Because Yahya Sinwar just died weeks ago, right? 2 weeks ago or something. And then they're giving everybody a medal and a certificate went out to all the hostages with the hostages' names printed on it. So they had printing facilities, they had the stage there, they had all these vehicles coming out. This stuff, they're on it. They're literally on it. Hamas have not been destroyed. All that we've achieved to do is destroy Gaza and kill thousands and thousands and thousands of people. That's not victory. That's just terrorism. Sean, jump in.
Hey, Khaleesi, this is actually the first time I've been on the speaker panel while you were there. Thanks for everything. I've been a listener since like the ban the ADL pre October 7th stuff. But kind of going back to what
the good old days, right?
I know it. Yeah, those days were, it was like, it felt so great because I've been, pretty, big Palestine advocate for a couple years prior to all this.
and that was a huge breakthrough. And like, little did we know what was coming and where things are at now. But sadly, you know, along with a lot of extremely sad circumstances. But just kind of going back to the situation with, you know, Joa and the Trump voters and their guilt. So I kind of come from a left-wing background here in America. So I'm a first generation American. My parents are from Ireland, so I grew up always, you know, caring about the Palestinians. But I came into politics, you know, from the left. And you know, you start with the Democrats with the Bernie, and then you realize over the years, like, he's a, you know, lived on a kibbutz and he's a Zionist through and through himself. But so on the left, like, and so like for the election, people in my position, we were similar to sort of where the UK Labour anti-Zionist left was, where we were in this tough position where, you know, honestly, the majority of people that I, you know, politically organize with, and these are the most, you know, extreme anti-Zionists from the left, so DSA, and at least people still engaging in electoralism, we were all literally pretty much campaigning against Biden. And we wanted to punish the Democrats because we felt, you know, we were screaming genocide for a year. We were organizing. We had the uncommitted movement. And then that morphed. So we literally, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, you know, in Michigan and stuff, they demonstrated clearly to the Democrats, like, hey, if you don't listen to us, like, we have the ability to, like, literally tank the election for you. And then they literally chose, you know, not to do anything for Gaza. I mean, they sent Dick Cheney's daughter or whatever, and you know, Bill Clinton to lambast Arab voters in Michigan and tell them that God gave Israel Judea and Samaria. It was insulting. And so we were all hoping that Trump, not, I mean, I'll be honest, I kind of celebrated to some extent that night just to see the liberals melt down because we wanted revenge. And honestly, because a lot of Palestinians did want us to not vote for the Democrats because that was the leverage that we had. And the way that we look at it, 80% of the Democratic Party, you know, acknowledges that this is a genocide, the base. And if the party's going to entirely ignore their voters, then you have to punish them. We're in this, you know, screwed up electoral system. You have to exercise your leverage at a certain point and say no, because everything is based off them thinking you will, no matter how bad we treat you, we will, you know, you will slunk into the polls and vote. So it's kind of hard for me to hold it against Joe because at the same time you had the pragmatic, you know, people on the left would be, if you're on the sort of gray zone left, if you're on the, you know, anti-Syria regime change left, the anti-Ukraine war left, then you also kind of knew that Trump was sort of a wild card with the Syria thing. So it's sort of really hard for me to judge Trump voters and feel all that bad because I sort of contributed to it in my own way because I think the argument and the idea for a lot of people was that the Democrats were sort of the continuation of this never Trumper rhino, you know, like neoconservative uniparty, and Trump was sort of the wild card who ended the war in Afghanistan, who, you know, highlighted the Ukraine corruption, and who might, you know, when he left office, Netanyahu was the first person to acknowledge Biden's victory. So there was sort of the belief that Trump possibly, as sort of a megalomaniac or whatever, would sort of ignore or maybe, you know, want to betray Netanyahu right when he gets in. And obviously a lot of this is very naive because we knew of the Epstein connections and we all know of Jewish money and just how, you know, entrenched this is. But yeah, I guess I just wanted to say for Joe's sake, like, it's hard for me to really feel that bad because in reality, like, the most dedicated pro-Palestine organizers in America who were showing up all the time, and I would guess it would maybe be similar in the UK, like, at a certain point, if George Galloway's Workers' Party performed well enough, then you know, the Conservative Party candidate might have gotten worse on Palestine, but it would have showed Labor, like, it's almost worse that Labor won and Starmer got his victory because the Labor left essentially got killed. The you know, the Corbyn anti-Semitism scam was fully complete. They deleted everyone from the party, and they proved that they were able to win without. And so I do still look at Harris as somewhat of a win, at least in the sense that Democrats are in a place now, both Democrats and Republicans are having to deal with the fact that there are insurgent parts of their party that are rebelling off of the Zionist plantation. Democrats have a more sizable portion to where in upcoming primaries, this is going to be a major issue. These people aren't going to forget. It's extremely hard to argue that you're progressive and then support Zionist genocide. So yeah, anyways, I'll land it there. But I guess I don't hold too many grudges. I feel like in this electoral uniparty Zionist occupied government that we're trying to change, it's pretty much set up for you to, no matter what, the Zionists somehow win. So anyhow, that's what I had to say. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Look, I'm just like, I know that in Michigan, a lot of the Muslim community voted for Trump because they wanted to teach Biden a lesson. But I used to support Trump, and Joe was right. Back in the day, a couple of years ago, 2.5 years ago, we used to have these chills. We used to have like Suleiman used to be on Mario Space, and then afterwards we'd have these chill spaces, and we'd all rip Joa because like we were all MAGA. Casey was MAGA, we were all MAGA, and he was the only one who was like, "Oh no, Trump's terrible." And how times changed. We were anti-MAGA, and Joa boy went and voted for Trump. Like it went completely in reverse, right? But the thing is, Joa was very, very clear. It wasn't about Trump's policies. It was just about crypto for him. And he didn't change his stance in terms of like the perception of Trump, like, and he disliked Trump all the way through. So that I understand there are people who voted for Trump for single issue reasons or whatever it is. The problem that I have is those Muslims in Michigan could have withheld their vote because Trump was never going to have their back ever in a million years. The guy is a rancid Islamophobe.
But in
Number
a
one.
swing state, it's kind of like it's if you're like I was telling family members, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was telling family members and friends in Pennsylvania and Michigan to withhold their vote from Democrats. So like, and I know that this is such a huge, annoying argument that goes on for years in the lead up to the election. Like people try to scare you into voting. If you're not going to vote for the Democrat, it's a vote for Trump anyways. And in swing states, it kind of does function like that. So like even if you didn't directly pull the trigger in Michigan, like if you voted for Jill Stein, you were effectively to some extent, helping Trump win in a roundabout way. Although the blood's not directly on your hands, you can always say, we do supposedly, operate in a democracy, but yeah, there's just the idea that like, that your conscience is clear, you voted third party, but you may have helped. And honestly, the Democrats were so trash in this election that I don't think there was a single swing state where third party voters like would have even made the difference. It was literally majorly it was about turnout, and honestly, Palestine was one of the bigger issues, if not the biggest one. This is where the liberals are going to have problems because the liberal Zionists are trying to rewrite history. But the IMEU, the Palestine sort of Policy Institute research kind of think tank, they did a bunch of surveys and found that it was like the number one issue that voters cited when they said they weren't going to vote, and they lost majorly because of turnout. So yeah, I guess what I mean is like at a point, even if you don't vote for Trump in Michigan, if you voted for Jill Stein, you sort of roundabout helped him win anyways, I guess.
Yeah, do you know what it is? And that's I understand that, okay? But now here's the problem that I have. I have a problem with complacency and I have a problem with MAGA complacency. Right about now, every MAGA person should be up in arms completely. Did you guys see, it was early hours of this morning when the tweet went out, and I'm sure it's been covered on the space. I'll find it on Suleiman's page. In fact, let me just find it on Suleiman's page. And while I do that very quickly, I'll ask Brother Mofit to please read the tweet in the nest and also just check your DMs, please, Brother Mofit.
Absolutely, guys. Just in, we got Dubai International Airport issued a travel warning following the cancellation of numerous flights and airspace closure. So the Dubai International Airport has issued a travel warning following the cancellation of numerous flights and airspace closure. So this is massive news, guys. Like I said
Why do you
earlier,
call
things
it
are going to kick
Dubai?
off.
Why are you calling it Dubai?
Dubai or Dubai. Dubai
It's pronounced
whips.
Dubai.
Dubai cribs. But yeah, guys, hit that repost button. Tap that on the post above. Hit the repost button. Favorite, repost. A lot of things are about to kick off here. I mean, they're not going to be doing these cancellations just because of nothing. So massive news here. Also, we got another post up top. This is also massive, massive news here. The Great Awakening has already arrived, but it's like literally skyrocketing even more. We got the U.S. has officially removed Colonel Nathan McCormack from his position at the Joint Chiefs of Staff for posts calling Israel a death call and asking if the U.S. is functioning as Israel's proxy, which is absolutely facts, guys. This is absolutely facts what the colonel is saying here. And that's why in the new America, this guy, we might have to make him the new Secretary of Defense instead of the idiot Zionist that's currently in place. So that's massive news, though, because this is, like, huge. Like, this is a massive awakening going on right here, even within the military here. So even the military doesn't even agree with what Trump's doing here, or the genocidal administration. So this is massive news. Make sure to repost that as much as possible. This needs to be exposed. Shout out to the colonel. We need more real ones like that.
Thanks, Brother Mofit. So this is the tweet I was talking about, guys, right? This came out 14 hours ago. I don't know when it happened, but it was breaking news this morning. So, you know, I hear this a lot, right? Of thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, right? What you've done for this country. It's not for this country. It's for freaking Israel. Okay? It's not for America. And if you needed any proof of that, we call these guys heroes. Sean, you know about UK politics. You'll know we have one day a year, one day where it's
the Poppy Day.
Yeah, Poppy Day, and we have an event once a year. So the Poppy Day is where everybody wears a poppy to remember the fallen in World War II when they go into central London. I'm talking prime ministers, ex-prime ministers, royal family, and they lay
A message from the government of Canada.
Yeah, exactly, and they lay wreaths, right? And then we have an event once a year. It's called Help for Heroes. It's a charity that does a televised event one evening every year where celebrities go on and they bring up like elderly people who've got limbs amputated and stuff, or young people who've had limbs amputated, and they'll say these are our heroes, they fought for our country, and they'll give them medals. And that's one day a year. I'll tell you what, any other time you walk out there, you'll see people homeless. You'll see them homeless, you'll see them not be able to, and we covered all this, right? You guys know they don't get help for PTSD. I was listening to Johnny a little bit today, and Johnny was talking about that, right? How he was treated. Welcome, Richard. So you hear all of this. Now, this guy, this colonel, right, he was removed from his position at Joint Chief of Staff for posts calling Israel a death cult. Let me tell you some of the statements he made, okay? So his service is no longer important for America. He's no longer classed as a hero for America. They discarded him. And I'm going to read you some of the posts he made, right? Some of the things he said. He said, and I quote, Netanyahu and his judo supremacist cronies are determined to prolong the conflict for their own goals, either to remain in power or to annex the land. Right, okay. Fact. That is an absolute fact. So he didn't lie. Right, okay, next one. Israel's actions over decades have prompted the accusations of ethnic cleansing and genocide. Facts. Next one. The Western states go to great lengths to avoid criticism of Israel, much out of Holocaust guilt. Facts. Our worst ally, he's put in inverted commas, we get literally nothing out of partnership other than the enmity of millions of people in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. And he's right. He said, Israel's not our best ally, not our closest ally. It's our worst ally, because all we get from this partnership is people actually not liking us across Middle East, Africa, and Asia. Absolutely. And then he said, the US has not been an honest broker. We have overwhelmingly enabled Israel's bad behavior. Look at what's happening now, what we're talking about. America has enabled Israel's bad behavior. It's not an honest broker. It's not trying to, I listened to a little bit of what Sid was saying, right? And I disagree with what Witsit was saying, because I don't believe, has he gone? Oh, I don't want to address him if he's dropped. Anyway, never mind. But, I don't believe America has been an honest broker. And the final one, responding to the idea of relocating Gaza's population, McCormack wrote that Israel wants to expel and cleanse Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, of ethnic Palestinians. Fact? He's saying that by saying that they want to relocate them, they're trying to ethically cleanse the literally the people that belong to that land. And that's all Israel wants, is the Greater Israel Project. All of those statements were absolutely bang on the money. This guy's supposed to be a hero. He's supposed to be the guy that fought for America. He's supposed to be the guy that you salute and say, thank you for your service, sir. He's a colonel, and he got booted because America did not like those factual statements. This is the degree that the rot has set in. This is the corruption that's there. This is the control that Israel has over America, guys.
And he's
It's
who
not
you'd
even about...
want to be on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Like, if you think about a prosperous America in the future, that's exactly who you'd want there. And that's a guy who's probably buried and seen so many people die for these stupid wars. And it's just basic. If you just do a bit of basic research, you find, holy crap, these neoconservative Jews, duly loyal to Israel, like, kicked off the Iraq war. And then you start to think, I mean, look at 9/11, like, it's kind of freaking convenient that they did that. And then the list that Wesley Clark received or whatever. So it's like, and honestly, Americans have been so over these wars for so long that it's like, this is crazy that they're doing this again. And the sad thing is, I heard people saying earlier, the Republicans need to get out on the streets and stuff. But honestly, and I don't mean to be a black pill, guy, but like literally, even the Iraq war, at the time, in the lead up to the Iraq war, and I was only, 12 years old at the time, but I remember the protests across the world, in America, in Ireland, in England, they were the biggest protests ever. Everyone knew it was lies even then. They knew it was lies. France decided not to join in because they knew it was lies. And then America had its PR push to, label the French, cowards. And we had freedom fries. We changed the name of French fries temporarily. But I guess that's to say, like, I worry that, honestly, I think that if a lot of the right wingers who are now woken up to the anti-Zionist cause, if they haven't already been showing up to these massive protests for Gaza, like if the right
So they have a moral position on it, and it's the correct moral position. So this idea that China is a godless, far eastern, immoral communist country has been completely blown out of the water. It's not true at all. And to me, that kind of makes me feel good about the future a little bit. So the Chinese aren't aloof to what's happening, but as far as intervening militarily or defending the Iranians, that's another matter. But they could put some serious weight to bear in other areas, but they're just not there yet. I think Chinese as a kind of expeditional geopolitical actor yet, but they're getting there. They're getting there.
But Patrick, um, they changed their tone yesterday or today, if I'm not mistaken, both China and Russia. And in my opinion, I think this escalation in the language is due to what Iran has done, both internally and externally. When we see these more precise, better techniques in the launching of missiles, and then capturing all these Mossad agents within, diffusing a lot of these groups internally, I think that made China and Russia, change the rhetoric a little bit, in my opinion. I think it will escalate even further.
Yeah. Do you so yeah, Russia.
DNI
I've
with
seen
17 agencies.
basically the statements from Russia, and it's pretty serious. They're basically saying to the U.S., "Don't even think about joining Israel in an attack on Iran." So Lavrov said, "Don't even think about it." I think that was the words he used,
We've even got there.
and
Every
quite
time George
stern.
Colby tries to do.
So, in a way, the United States is very exposed with Ukraine, and you know, so I think again, it's like mobilizing all of your military assets, half your navy, whole fleets, just for Israel. I mean, what it takes in terms of money and resources just to prop up this genocidal, crazed European, neurotic, crazed European settler colonial project. It's just breathtaking. I mean, it's never, nothing like it. Um, the final bill, if they carry through with this, it's it's gonna be way more in terms of blood and treasure and money than Ukraine even by the end of it. But it's not just for Israel, obviously. It's for the U.S. Anglo-American hegemony and long-range geostrategic objectives, of course. And again, China, containing China, disrupting China, sabotaging China, etc. So the West can't build anything anymore. They can't compete. It's as simple as that. They don't want to compete in trade. They don't want to compete in technology. They don't want to compete in infrastructure. They don't want to compete in innovation. What can we do? Well, let's just destroy what they're doing. That's where the U.S. is at, you know. So they become really adept. The British and the Americans are very good at blowing things up, and the Israelis and assassinating people, destroying infrastructure and killing people. I mean, am I wrong? Is that not the game plan? I mean, that's it.
That has been for hundreds of years.
Excuse me, what was that?
Sorry, it has been for hundreds of years for the British anyway.
Well, yeah, they're really good at it. As you can see in Ukraine, they're still good at it. Ryan, go ahead.
I was just seeing that the U.S. has moved some of its military equipment, according to Reuters. Someone brought that up earlier, so I was checking through the telegrams and found that. And apparently, something Iran is doing is they're doubling up the payload on their missiles. So they went ahead and used lower grade until they wore out Israel's air defense systems, and now they're doubling the payload. So these new ballistic missiles, when they hit, are going to be making deeper craters and causing more mayhem. They really have no foresight, do they? When they said we're going to preemptively strike Iran, the U.S. can't come to the rescue. And something Haas was saying about oil, he's right. If you pay attention to when they finally stopped the war in Yemen, or they meaning Saudi Arabia, the UAE, it was right after they tagged the northern oil fields, just as sort of a show like, look, we will do this. That's when they had China come in and broker a peace between Iran and Saudi Arabia. They ended that long war of starvation against Yemen, and they absolutely can tag that. And I think that leverage, the Saudi oil fields and the Strait of Hormuz, is why the U.S. hasn't gotten in already. They don't seem to be able to figure out how to get around that. If America gets in, that's the leverage that Iran has. So that's their own Samson option. And Israel can't do it on their own. And I believe they all thought they could, because if it had nothing but success with Lebanon, with Gaza, with Syria, and they thought, okay, now we've got Iran one-on-one. This is similar to 2006 when Israel invaded Lebanon. They thought, all right, we had the Hariri bombing, and we blamed it on Syria. Syrian troops have been removed from Lebanon. Now we'll go into Lebanon. And it didn't work out too well. But this is not reversible. Like Trump, think about it. Talking about lack of foresight. Remember when he wanted to tariff the globe and stock markets just like plummeted all in a day? Well, that was reversible. He could just stop the tariffs. So he reversed the tariffs. I don't know who got in his ear and told him that'd be a good idea. I mean, you pay tariffs. That's why there's a civil war. But it was really funny seeing all the Yankees articulate that too, saying, "What? But ultimately, the consumer pays the tariffs." I'm like, "Oh, now you admit this, huh?" But that was reversible. This is not. You bomb Iran, if they take out oil fields, this isn't a movie. This isn't something like it all turns out well in the end. Like, no, it doesn't. And if he listens to these same neocons, and it doesn't matter if it's the Pompeo Bolton crowd or the Ackman Adelson crowd, his donors that are getting in his ear, and all the little Christian Zionists in his cabinet, the world's not going to be the same. If either of those happen, the closure of the strait or the bombing of the oil fields, life as we know it it's not going to normalize for a generation. And for what? Why? The U.S. is not threatened by Iran. Neither was Israel, frankly. All Iran did was provide support to people resisting Israel's aggression on them. Israel preemptively attacked all their neighbors. Israel is annexing land from the West Bank, just going in and bulldozing down houses or just moving into them until the people are pushed out. They are genociding Gaza. They killed 64 people yesterday who were in line for food. They just dropped bombs on the crowd. They even raided their prisons to punish people who cheered when the rockets from Iran or missiles from Iran came. They wanted to go beat up helpless prisoners. This is a sick, sick society. And so what is Israel going to do as they get pushed in the corner and the chosen ones can't go to their bunkers and hide in their shelters? By the way, I say that because the non-chosen ones aren't allowed to go into the air raid shelters. It's only for Jews. They've decided to segregate their air raid shelters. So if you're a worker from Thailand, go stand outside, hope you don't get it.
That's what I was just about to say to you, Ryan. Yep, Thailand, they wouldn't even let them use the bathrooms in the bunkers.
It's an apartheid bunker. Don't forget that.
I think there was even a Ukrainian model. She wasn't, or a model, I say, or super nightclub model. She wasn't allowed in the shelter, and I think she posted it on TikTok or Instagram. But there you are, just quickly in the nest, we've got this report about Nathan McCormick. Absolute G. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's a feel good story. We like to publish those once in a while amidst all the doom and gloom. But you mentioned the heavier long range missiles that Iran is putting up. The Sejil, I think Sejjil, Sejil, I don't know if I pronounced that right. The first one was intercepted by the THAAD system, allegedly, according to report. Again, I take everything coming out of the Israeli Information Office with a pinch of salt because I know how these people lie like they breathe. So it's hard to know what's true and what's not, but definitely we're into a new sort of phase in terms of the types of missiles that are being launched, two-stage missiles and so forth, as Ryan said, much more heavily fortified with explosives, heavier, does more damage. As Ibrahim said, Israel has got a complete blackout on reporting. It's illegal to take any video footage or anything. So there's very little talk or reports about their air bases and military facilities. And I think the accuracy on the Iranian side, they're able to hit actual anti-aircraft positions. So you're talking about very good telemetry and accuracy in their targeting from 1,000 miles away or whatever it is. So I don't think they'll have a problem hitting Israeli air bases and facilities. So we don't know what the damage is, and that's another X factor. If that's not fully reported, but it's significant, that goes very much into the calculus of Trump and Israel, in terms of what Israel can do on its own if some of their capabilities have been, damaged or hamstrung as a result of these Iranian missile attacks. That changes things somewhat. It means the United States will have to pick up more of the slack. It's not just, providing air-to-air refueling for the Israelis, or it means that they have to run operations exclusively out of Cyprus, for instance. And there's limited capacity there. And, there's all sorts of complications that could arise from damage done to Israel's military and energy infrastructure. So, and we do know there has been damage done. We just don't know the extent of it because it's illegal to release any information by the Israelis. And I'll go to Ziad in a second, but I'll give you another feel-good story. As apparently a fight broke out between Netanyahu's people and Mike Huckabee, the Christian evangelist fanatic who is the ambassador of the United States to Israel. And he just basically the fight broke out because Huckabee wanted to evacuate American citizens from Israel. And Netanyahu didn't want him to because there's so many dual passport holders. So Netanyahu doesn't want anyone to leave because, listen, we all know if the borders were open and there were flights going out and so forth, I think, I don't know, there would probably be hundreds of thousands of people fleeing and, this country would empty out. So right now, America is providing cruise ships. They're chartering cruise ships to pick up, quote, U.S. citizens, use that term loosely, dual passport holders, and also some evacuation flights. But it's not clear if that's, there's only, I think, two operational civilian airports in Israel. And I don't know the status of Ben Gurion. I do know that Yemen fired a missile at it before this kicked off and did some damage. One of the craters that Yemen, it was easily a 30-foot crater. That was a couple of weeks ago. And so, yeah, so I don't know what the status is on a lot of the passenger airliners have been lined up in Cyprus. So they're at Larnaca, and so it's not happening in Israel. So they're stuck, So human shields. Thank you very much, Ziad. Go ahead.
Yeah. Speaking of the dual citizens, since we have a lot of listeners here, I want to bring up the attention of the other dual citizens, the ones that are trapped in Gaza. Those are American citizens who happen to be in Gaza prior to October 7th. And then October 7th happened and they were stuck. So they were pleading to leave, and the U.S. did nothing. And some of them lost their lives, unfortunately. But that just to show you the double standards of the U.S. But I want to share with you very quickly my medical daydream, which is, I have a wishful thinking, and I'm, trying to analyze things. If I see a Iranian missiles hit groups of the quote unquote IDF in northern Palestine, southern Lebanon, and also in Mount Hermon. We're seeing them hit the south of Golan Heights. If I start seeing all these missiles, one can think, is this, like working the ground for maybe hopefully a Hezbollah boots on the ground in northern Palestine? Because I remember a speech to Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. He once said, that we might, talking to his fighters, that there might come a day where we'll ask you to march into the Galilee. So I don't know if things escalate, especially with the U.S. Maybe this would be an option, because I don't think that Hezbollah just disappeared into thin air. We know that there's about 100 to 150,000 fighters, and those people are ready. I mean, they are ready now. So, wishful thinking, daydreaming and analyzing. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's another thing that a lot of people are wondering, because if Israel's on its back heels, tied up in Gaza, they're tied up managing the incoming salvos from Iran, and they're very weak potentially in northern occupied Palestine, i.e., the northern settlements there along the Lebanese Israeli border, and their communications facilities, their bases, etc., have been vulnerable before. Certainly, any military presence in the little areas that they're occupying in Lebanon illegally, those would be potentially compromised. And of course, Mount Hermon being the most important strategic place. I mean, this is the unfortunate thing about the fall of Syria, and it just makes you angry to think of how many people were cheerleading. Assad must go, and we were warning them for 10 years that this was going to be the result. Was you have an Al Qaeda government in Damascus? What a nightmare that would be! And of course, that nightmare came true. And all these people who were shilling for regime change, they're all gone now. I can't find them. They're hiding.
Trying to kill Maduro for
Hiding
quite
under
some time.
some rock somewhere on some social media platform. But they're basically gone. They can't. Some of them had buyer's remorse afterwards. This isn't the revolution that we. It could have been so much more. The Free Syrian Army. They're still reminiscing about 2012. But yeah, so this is the unfortunate thing, and I can't see the Israelis giving up Mount Hermon ever. That level of strategic advantage, I can't see them ever giving it up. This is such a powerful acquisition, unless it's taken by force, and that will cost a lot of men. And Hezbollah is the only one who could take it. It would cost a lot in human lives. It can be done, but at a great sacrifice, of course. So we'll see. But you got these crazy cavemen in Syria. So who knows? Who knows? When they're all drunk, getting drunk at night on their Chivas Regal, all you know, the devout Takfiris getting smashed on Johnny Walker. Maybe it'll be a good time to take Mount Hermon back. They might get lucky one of these days. So yeah, again, up in the nest is Colonel McCormick. I'm also going to share something else up in the nest too, but there's a few interesting developments. We're just looking at the news wires right now, Reuters and AFP as well. Let me just see what they're saying on the latest news wires in terms of updates. There's actually a statement from one of the Iranian ministers here. The foreign minister, Saeed Abbas uh, Aragachi. Hopefully, I pronounced that correctly. Probably not. But he said that Tehran is acting solely in self defense. Iran has so far only retaliated against the Israeli regime, but not those aiding and abetting it. So he's inferring that they could retaliate against America, for instance. So he's saying they'll continue their exercise for the right of their self-defense with pride and bravery, and the aggressor is going to pay for its grave error. And I retweeted his excellent tweet on my timeline. I'll try to share that in the West. And again, Iran's better on the communications front than expected. They're kind of savvy on the propaganda front, and I'm pleasantly surprised at that because traditionally, definitely Russia's been terrible at that uh, propaganda. Syria was absolute disaster. The Assad government in terms of media and public relations. I mean, they just even like publicizing your victories, or the things or the wins, and doing counter propaganda and all that. They just weren't. They just couldn't do it. So notoriously bad at these things. But Iran is showing some sophistication in here in terms of hitting the English language market and really showing the hypocrisy of the West and the rules-based international order. Anyway, I reposted that. We'll share that on the Nest as well. And there's a few other things we'd like to share. We'll put that up from the Iranian foreign minister's excellent statement. And So yeah, they seem to be reserving certain abilities, capabilities. So if one is to accept this on face value, that the Iranians still have layers of missiles and things that they can deploy that will cause pain for Israel and potentially for the United States should they get into the conflict. Again, it's all about raising the stakes for the U.S. should they join in on this. Will there be a cost? Certainly much higher than anything they've faced before. I think that goes without saying. And it'll be a direct cost, not through their proxy. Israel's already taking a beating. I would say that this is just so unprecedented, like attacks on Tel Aviv. I mean, I couldn't even imagine this like 6 months ago. You couldn't even believe that this would happen in such dramatic fashion. And from a psychological point of view, I think this has done tremendous damage. I saw Ben Gvir fighting with someone in the Netanyahu, like a fist fight out in the street, and it was sort of like a couple of neighborhood dons fighting over something or rather, and he was just angry because he said you shouldn't have provoked the Iranians. Imagine Ben Gvir was upset that Netanyahu had provoked the Iranians. I think that's the word he used, provoked. You shouldn't have done that. You didn't know what the result was going to be. You putting Israel at risk. So that's the internal dialogue. So one hopes that they will be tearing each other to pieces as much as possible. I think that's all for the greater good generally. Instability and division within Israeli society. I mean, they can't be any worse in terms of lashing out at everything around them. So I guess the next logical thing is that hopefully they'll tear each other to pieces internally in their desperation. And yeah, the just general dysfunction of running a genocidal apartheid colonial settler state that's completely subsidized by a foreign power.
Did he pull a gun on somebody in a parking lot?
Yeah, he did.
He was
Yeah,
mad.
just waving his gun around. Yeah, yeah, he did that on multiple occasions. So he's a real,
He's dangerous.
yes, yeah, crazy. I would say psychotic.
Patrick, I sent you an image to the group of Lindsey Graham. You know, he likes to drink bottled water with both hands, enthusiastically so. Imagine, you know, they're always talking about the Iron Dome, but say that in Lindsey Graham's voice. He gets a little too excited. Iron Dome.
Israel.
Dude.
It's sad. Did you see the picture?
Yeah, that's pretty hardcore.
It's messy.
It's a lot of,
It's messy like Lindsay at a truck stop.
yeah, yeah, the South Carolina peach himself. Yeah, just a really just unsavory person. This is the problem. I mean, I'm all for openly gay politicians because I'd rather them to be out of the closet than in the closet because Lindsay is clearly in the closet. So clearly he can be blackmailed and compromised. So like I'm all for the open. If you're in politics and you're gay, just get out of the closet as quick as you can, and we'll support you as much as we can. But this people like Lindsey Graham are just dangerous. They're
Maybe South
dangerous.
Park can do an episode like it did with they had a word of the lawyers and he says, can we do anything about um Tom Cruise coming out being gay? He goes, no, we'll get sued to hell. So for a whole episode, he was inside the closet and they kept going up. Tom, you coming out? No, I'm staying in the closet.
Yes,
The
that was
whole
South
episode.
Park.
Oh, those
South
guys
Park or
are
something.
geniuses. They really
Yeah.
are.
Well, let's not digress too much.
Sorry. But I did like to
Into
ask you a question.
yeah, please.
About the Hormuz Strait. I mean, there was credible reports regarding that they decided to blame the Lockerbie bombing on Libya because they didn't want to get into a scrap with Iran because they would block it. But the thing is, Iran's got quite a few subs, so not just with them mining the strait. I mean, how credible is their sub in subs in combat. Now they've shown and surprised. They've definitely surprised the Israelis with the technology they've had advanced within missiles and what they're capable of doing, which I bet they never thought they could, and they're finding out the hard way. What's their capability, do you think, will their subfleet be? Because that could be devastating to any Navy ships to try to stop them doing what they want to do.
I think Ryan
Well,
might
they
know
don't
something
have to
about that.
stop every
Go ahead,
ship.
Ryan.
Yeah, so what they do is Iran probably doesn't have the ability to sit there with like a blockade and, okay, you can go through, you can't. That's not what's going to happen. All you have to do is start a fight at all. If ships are being sunk at all, if there's even a 5% chance you're going down, then these merchant marine ships just aren't going to sail. They're like, there's conflict in the water and we can't get out. And the insurance companies and things on the boats will go to record levels and they're just not going to do it. So they don't have to completely control the strait to shut down the strait.
But it's not just that, it's taken out other military carriers or ships. How capable is their submarine fleet in doing so in combat?
Not as
All right, guys, I'm going to play the Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz interview and this other stuff. Like I said before, I said it yesterday. Nothing seems to be happening with Iran and Iraq, or Iran and Israel. I think that this is all theater, and like you just can't believe anything that you see. So let's play this interview, and might come back if there's breaking news.
Senator, thank you very much for spending the time to have this conversation.
It's good to be with you.
So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and wants to kill us? Or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us? And
definitely the latter is better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power and I want our friends in power.
I could not agree more. The question is, how do you get there?
Of course.
And we've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there, as you know.
I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
We have. Oh. And I think you know that. And
I don't know that.
Okay, well, as a statement of fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah, and there's all kinds
not
of
aware
stuff.
of
I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of our ancestors, Cuba, 1959, we've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So it's I think we both agree it's hard to do.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask, how do we produce that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
Better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran, saying you're for regime change, I don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to America.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress, which we're supporting. And the president has said clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once. Okay. I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. What I've advocated for. All right, let's step back a second. You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy as much as you want. there are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
I totally agree. I was rooting for you in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and best voices in the whole country on securing the border and on the absolute crisis we're facing. And in Texas, I see it and live it every day. In COVID, in fact, you may recall, in the middle of the COVID lockdown, I was out walking my dog when the whole world was shut down and we were living in lunatic times. And I called you and said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject crack, but you get what I'm saying.
Try.
No, I mean, you were standing up and speaking like, what the hell are we doing, in a way that we desperately, desperately needed. And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns and the vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, you and I agree on a ton of stuff. The 20% where we disagree, I do think is meaningful. And it's mostly in the foreign policy space. And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
Yes.
For a long time, people had perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham and George W. Bush. And there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other. I've always thought both were wrong. I don't agree with either one. The way I view my own foreign policy...
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth. Yeah. I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
I mean, people sort of naturally fall into... I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously, and I think that's naive and it doesn't work. And so my view, I consider myself a third point on the triangle. And what I describe that as is that I am a non-interventionist hawk, which sounds a little weird, but what do I mean by that? I mean the central touch point for U.S. foreign policy and for any question of military intervention should be the vital national security interest of the United States. How does this make America safer? How does this protect Americans? If it does, we should be strong. And actually, another way of conceiving what I'm saying, I'm speaking theoretically, but Reagan referred to it as peace through strength. And actually, I think Donald Trump's foreign policy is very much what I'm describing, a non-interventionist hawk, where he understands that, and I think this is historically true, the best way to avoid war is being strong. That weakness and isolationism, I think, encourages war. So going back to regime change, where you started in Iran.
Just to make, I don't think I disagree with anything you've said, so we may not be that far apart, really, because you said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well. I
think it's the definition of it. Yeah.
It's hardly breaking news. The U.S. dollar has been gravely devalued by Washington money printing. You print money out of thin air and the currency becomes weaker. You can purchase less with the same amount. The entire system is backed by nothing but the government's word. What is that worth? People around the world are beginning to ask. So one of the results of this...
Bad guy. There's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over, and they start killing Americans. In my view, how the heck does that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him. And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so, and it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think with Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in a complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War. That was the most consequential step for U.S. national security interests of our lifetimes.
Okay.
And
so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Look, you and I are in my office. We're sitting next to a painting of Reagan in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And up top are the words, "Tear down this wall," in German, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important words any leader has said in modern times. And if you look at how Reagan waged the Cold War, and Reagan is very much my model for how to, I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China. Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan ever invaded was Grenada. He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombings.
You're right. Yeah, he made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's reflected. Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing to use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. The two biggest nuclear powers on Earth firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings. Same thing is true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really dumb, and a whole lot of people could die. But the Cold War showed we've got lots of tools short of sending the Marines to fight against a regime. And one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done that in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making a moral case, as we did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works, yours doesn't.
Yeah.
And I think we made a credible case for that, and we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam or North Korea.
The main part of it, but it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was, one, the clarity. So Reagan came in, and he described the Soviet Union as an evil empire.
Right.
And all of the intelligentsia in D.C., all the Democrats, all the media, they're like, what a horrible thing to say. You can't say that. Reagan went to the United Kingdom, and he said, Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. People were horrified. They asked him, all right, what's your strategy in the Cold War? He said, very simple. We win, they lose. And that was all viewed as sort of a Philistine simplicity. And I think it was exactly right. And laying that out, speaking. Do you know the backstory behind the Berlin Wall speech?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
You probably know Peter Robinson, who was the speechwriter.
Yes.
So 3 times the State Department deleted those words from that speech. And 3 times Reagan wrote it back. And the State Department argued, they said, Mr. President, you can't say this. This is too bellicose. This is too provocative. And my favorite, they said, this is too unrealistic. The Berlin Wall will stand till the end of time. And Reagan said, look, this is the whole point of the speech. And less than 3 years after Reagan gave that speech, the Berlin Wall was torn to the ground. And it wasn't knocked down by American Army tanks. We didn't shoot missiles at it. It was shining truth and light that tore it down. It was also rebuilding the American military. It was what was then pejoratively called Star Wars, where the Soviet Union, their economy couldn't match our military buildup, and it bankrupted them. That's an example of peace through strength.
I wonder, I mean, is there anybody who was alive in 1989 who wouldn't trade that America for the one we live in now? There's not one person, I don't think.
Oh, sure.
But, I mean, just the basic metrics, debt, suicide rate, life expectancy, it was... I wonder why, after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved in that. I mean, we were very focused on it in my house. Like, we won. And I wonder two things. Why didn't the United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed, like, mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War? And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across from Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day. And all these people lying in the street and sleeping outside. It's like, what is that?
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country. Walk through Oakland or Philadelphia. Yeah, good luck. So most people, when they think about this, want to carry a firearm, and a lot of us do. The problem is there can be massive consequences for that. Ask Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse got off in the end, but he was innocent from the first moment. It was obvious on video, and he was facing life in prison anyway. That's what the anti-gun movement will do. They'll throw you in prison for defending yourself with a firearm. And that's why a lot of Americans are turning to Byrna. It's a proudly American company. Byrna makes self-defense launchers that hundreds of law enforcement departments trust. They've sold over 600,000 pistols, mostly to private citizens who refuse to be empty-handed. These pistols, and I have one, fire rock-hard kinetic rounds or tear gas rounds and pepper projectiles, and they stop a threat from up to 60 feet away. There are no background checks. There are no waiting periods. Byrna can ship it directly to your door. You can't be arrested for defending yourself with a Byrna pistol. Visit Byrna, BYRNA.com, or your local Sportsman's Warehouse to get yours today. Byrna.com.
Look, there's no doubt there are really dangerous forces in our society. Some of it is politics and some of it is culture. And one of the mistakes people make in politics is thinking everything is politics. So the political answer, which I happen to believe, is we went much further down the road of liberalism. You look at Bill Clinton, who inherited the peace dividend of the Cold War being over and moved us more to the left, and then Obama accelerated it a lot. So there are lots of bad economic policies, but I also think they're cultural things. The loss of faith,
I agree with
the loss
all of
family.
That. I know what you're going to say, and I agree 100%. I bet there's not one word that I would disagree with. All I'm saying is, like, I think it's important to step back and ask.
But I actually think Russia has very little to do with it. So,
well, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, which is, like, we're all sort of focused on beating our adversaries abroad, but what is victory worth if our own country becomes what it is now? And maybe we're spending a little too much time focused abroad and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
So, look, I absolutely think we need to focus at home emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I'm 1,000% there. I also recognize it is a dangerous world, and part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility, is to keep America safe. Let's go back to where we started with
Can I ask,
Iran.
You've been in the district a long time in D.C., so have I. And the city's way more dangerous, and Congress runs this city.
No, it's a complete crap hole.
So I'm saying, like, no Iranian's ever going to kill me, but I could get carjacked here. And I just don't understand how the Congress could run this city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage. It's garbage.
But Congress doesn't run the city. We could.
Congress does run the city. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat mayor.
You can take it back. You control the Congress.
I'd vote for it, but it is a question of math.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, why? How can people ignore? It's like, if my own kids are drug addicts, but I'm focused on my neighbor's kids, it's like I'm neglecting my own kids. And there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems. That's the way it feels as an
overcomplicated. Simplify.
There are lots
it's
of
all
problems
about
in America
money.
that we need to fix. Why is D.C. a pit? because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's LA, whether it's San Francisco, if you have Democrats, we see the LA riots where they won't let people be arrested. All right.
Then why not work in regime change here? Why not use the bully pulpit?
I do. What do you think I do every day? And
I've never seen a Republican senator stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in L.A.
It's such a fucking dirtbag.
I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who stop law enforcement from arresting criminals,
people listen to the same talking points over and over and over again.
And they're wonderful people.
From a douchebag like this guy, and they're sick and tired of it.
I remember I was texting with my mother-in-law, and I think I sent her a video of criminals going to a store and just looting in California. And her response, she said something like, well, this is really terrible. I wish we could. It's a shame we can't do anything about this. So yes, you can. Go in and arrest them. Throw their butts in jail. Put them in handcuffs. 100%. And it stops.
Exactly.
And so we know how to fix these things. And D.C. is I think D.C. voted, if I remember right, 92% Democrat. Democrat policies don't work, and they destroy every community that they are in charge of.
Then why don't Republicans assert their constitutional authority over the city? Don't they control the Congress?
Yes, I'd be all for it.
Who's against it?
Susan Collins is really vocally against it. So on questions of home rule, so for example, let's take an issue you and I care a lot about, the COVID lockdowns. I had a couple of years ago in the middle of them. D.C. was proposing, the D.C. school district was proposing throwing out of school any child that was not vaccinated. And at the time, if I remember correctly, it was something like 40% of the African-American students in D.C. were not vaccinated. So they were talking about literally throwing out 40% of the kids at public school. And so I had a vote on the Senate floor to say, look, they can't throw kids out of school for this. And we ended up having a big argument, and part of the argument was home rule, where there was, and Susan was the most vocal Republican that's like, no, we have to let D.C. run. And I'm like, why? Constitution gives us the power to do it. And it ended up, by the way, every single Democrat, all of them, voted in favor of the D.C. public schools being able to throw out 40% of the black kids from school. And I said, look, you throw a kid out of school, you got a 14, 15-year-old boy, you throw him out of school, you know what's going to happen next. He's going to join a gang, he's going to engage in crimes, he's going to engage in drugs. He could be dead within 5 years if that kid doesn't get an education. And the Democrats were more than happy to say, we don't care. Right now, our religion is get the vaccine or to hell with you.
But can you see, I mean, once again, I couldn't agree with you more, but can you feel the frustration of people, including your voters, every American, at the emphasis on foreign countries and the threat we supposedly face, a lot of which is fake, obviously, over the kind of slowly unfolding tragedy of what's happening to our country? The dollars spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with, the endless support for Israel, very expensive, when people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States. Can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country?
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel, very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me. You vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military assistance.
Is that the only assistance?
Yeah, we just have military assistance. Israel does not have additional assistance. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and it's $3 billion a year.
So what is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's go back to the touchstone on foreign policy, American interest. Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security interest,
what does it cost?
It benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No, that's the aid. But I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know. And there's some lag when the administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces. And so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time. But I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that. The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principal driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance with Israel, it would cost, I don't know, $30 billion, $300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other. And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all... Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us, and I'm not...
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that, and by the way, I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest...
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. Is that... It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think...
Well, I'm not for that at all. Okay. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually pay their... You know, we're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
So I got to say, and this is... It's weird. We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel...
Oh, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are. And like the question, Israel spies on us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess... No. I'm hardly the one who's... I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel...
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
America has thousands of colleges and universities, and a lot of them, unfortunately, are basically just scams. It's one of those things nobody really wants to talk about, but everybody on some level knows that it's true. What's an impressive college in 2025? There aren't many at all. Hillsdale is one of them. It is the exception. They cut straight through the woke garbage.
I
watched it happen.
And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy, if the NRA was supporting a bunch of politicians and cared about the Second Amendment, and you had politicians that vote to confiscate people's guns, and the NRA turned around and raised money for the people who voted to confiscate guns, you know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all because that's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. Do they talk with them? I don't know what they do. I can
But
tell
why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government...
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time. I talk with foreign countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, and if I don't, I can go to jail. And people have gone to jail, including people I know. So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government, they're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
Yeah, I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, so in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me. And they'll host a fundraiser. And they'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or L.A., and they'll do a fundraiser, and they'll get someone who will host it, and it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, someone who hosts it. And you get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in that city.
Right.
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship.
Yeah.
And if they have, 50 people, each of them writes a $1,000 check, and you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. I know what it looks like.
But that is not, and by the way, there's no representative of the Israeli government there. You have, when you're in Dallas, you're meeting
such a false and silly conversation. I know all this. The question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay, that's
a really
different
simple
from
question.
lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And I'm just going to ask you that question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Hey, are they shaped by?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking with them? Yes.
The Israeli
Israel
government
directing them? You want to talk about FARA? The law on lobbying on behalf of someone.
Yeah.
It is, I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they are not lobbying on behalf of them. Do they care about them? Yes, but...
Do you think that, it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics.
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody, I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to be sincere.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries...
It's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now. Senator,
you're asking the question, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that, and I have...
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on of my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy, feline way implying it, or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews?
You said, I'm asking you...
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll
in a
answer any
straightforward,
question you'd
rational
like.
way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So, shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
You
that
just called me a
ran...
sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government is
You want to
run.
count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about AIPAC?
I never asked about the Jews. I have... This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two. They have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking about the influence
Israel
of
and Jews have nothing to do with each other?
All Jews, or an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking now. I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
Except you don't want to do anything about it.
decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
And I plan to.
Good.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment on foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby, and you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question you like, but let's try to...
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite again, or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one who went to motive. I'm asking honest questions.
I'm
just asking questions. Yes, that's it. That is what I'm doing.
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little bit.
Okay. Picture the house of your dreams. Maybe it's got an outdoor pool, a huge front porch, an inviting fire of two veterans, and to switch to America's company.
Get leftists in the media who say, for example, if you support the Second Amendment.
Okay, I'm going to pause this for a second. Ted Cruz is obviously... He's Cuban. He's anti-American. He is obviously taking money from a foreign government. The man should not be able to be a politician for the United States. I'm going to go back to the most recent spaces and see what's going on here.
I think, what is it? I think NBC News gets, I think today now, like 2 million
And I will
viewers.
come back to the Ted Cruz
You have more
interview.
views than that on some of his posts. Did he drop off?
Yeah, I think he did. And for what it's worth, I just want to say I don't think that there's anything, non-patriotic or unpatriotic. I'm not actually sure the verbiage there, but of what Justin was suggesting. And look, somebody like Richard will certainly suggest that the Second Amendment exists to protect essentially the First Amendment. And if lorded over by tyrannical psychopaths, there are going to obviously need to be alternative approaches to dealing with individuals that are clearly in violation of the law, that are breaking what you might think of as God-given rights, all those kind of things. But the challenge is that we just have to be very, very, very careful. And I really would caution anybody and everybody to never use any kind of flippant or maybe romanticizing of any sort of violence. And I say that both because I don't believe that it would accomplish much of anything, if not just further present the very radical perception that the machine would love to portray us as, right? Like they are itching for a justification to further the police state. And somebody going out with any kind of firearm weaponry, obviously that would just give them justification to do so. But at the same time, the influence that we're having on here, Joe, I couldn't agree with you more. Like the impact of these spaces, the pace at which people are awakening to these realities. And like you were saying, the fact that probably something like 98, 99% of Americans don't even know there was a third building involved in 9/11. It just goes to show how brainwashed the masses are. And so, I know that we live in these echo chambers where we believe that everybody's starting to awaken to the things that we know because there's so many people coming into these spaces. But at the same time, we're maybe 1, 2, 3, maybe 4% at the absolute most of Americans or Westerners when it comes to the awareness on these topics. And we need to get that to 11, 12, 13, 15, 40% of the nation. And then if you think about it, if you've got, let's even imagine if you could get 10% of Americans to be as critically aware of this subversion as this panel is, that's 35 million people willing to peacefully walk down the street of Washington, D.C. or these other major cities and say, we are done with this and we're not going to allow you to ignore it or to pretend that we don't see what's going on. You have to either address it or we have to come up with some kind of other resolution to this problem. And that's the path that we need to go. I couldn't advocate for that more, because anything and everything else, at least at the moment, is only going to further their ability to lock us down, to shut us up, to remove platforms like X. And then we're all back in the same, basic situation that we were pre-2002, where we didn't have access to these types of tools. So, Suleiman, sorry for being so passionate about it, but I can't think of anything more important than protecting this kind of space. People like yourself, Khaleesi, Joe, anybody and everybody, even where I have disagreements with Joe, right? But the reality that he's a freedom fighter and he's out here seeking the truth. And that's what we're all doing, regardless of the teeny tiny differences that we have that make us think that we're so far apart from one another.
Appreciate that. Ian, as always, guys, I got a tweet in the nest. Some kind of breaking news. Iran has arrested 18 Israeli Mossad agents. So Iran has arrested 18 Israeli Mossad agents. And I agree with you, Joe. And not only that, in terms of the views on CNN, for example, just on the spaces we've done in the last few days, just the number of people who joined the spaces organic is probably about 3 to 5 million people. And the views are probably, well, the views are not probably, I know they are there. It's over 250 million. So this is just over the last 3-4 days. So that's just that. But then what's more than that is on X. X is the place where the most influential people are on. And so when people are able to see what you relay on X, it actually impacts the perspective of people. It impacts the zeitgeist. It impacts the psychology. It impacts the direction that people are going to take. So it's much more impactful than even CNN, because you've got politicians on here, you got influencers on here, you got celebrities on here, you got so many people on here that it has a huge, huge impact. So yeah, I agree with you vehemently. This is why we've been going on for so long. Let's go to the Rocket Man.
Rocket Man. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you so much, Sheikh Salman, for giving me the opportunity. And I want to thank the panel. You guys are doing a lot for our people, I would say, for all of humanity. And it's truly we are the underdogs. Having said that, I wanted to say that I want to touch the point that there's been a lot of talk about Pakistan on this panel. I've been listening like 10 hours a day for the last 3 days, and there haven't been no like strong Pakistani voices to kind of convey what the general feelings in Pakistan are, Pakistan's policy and history, and that's kind of brought us to where we are today. So I just wanted to shed a little bit of light on it. I've been following Pakistan, I'm Pakistani, of course, and I've been following their politics for many years now. And of course, Pakistan has made a lot of mistakes. They have to balance relationships not only with Iran, with Afghanistan, India, China, the United States, and at one point the USSR too. And Pakistan had a lot of enemies that they had to balance. And
I'm so sorry. I just interject. I tell you why. Because what happens on our space, and I am genuinely interested, but what happens on our spaces, specifically just about Pakistan, right? If we're focused on that, what will happen is, because it's so divisive of opinions in terms of politics, we get then like literally inundated with people just wanting to come up and speak about Pakistan. So what I want to ask you, just from a Iran, America, this conflict perspective, and especially given the Chief of Army Staff was in America, where do you think Pakistan's going to stand in terms of this conflict?
So I do not believe, so the biggest mistake Pakistan made, admittedly, in for the last 20 years in every TV show, every analysis, the biggest mistake Pakistan ever made was getting involved in Afghanistan and giving bases to the United States. People hated Musharraf for that, and it was known to be a big mistake because it was used then to destroy Pakistan, to foster terrorism within Pakistan. And Pakistan does not want that. Forget Iran. Pakistan does not want an India-Israeli axis in Iran, in control. It is not in their interests. So even if Asim Munir was there and was invited, it's diplomacy. Pakistan also went to Iran and voiced Shehbaz Sharif, the prime minister, voiced strong support for Iran's peaceful nuclear program. And it wasn't just him there, there were representatives of the military too. So that, it is pretty clear from what the politicians have said and the sentiments in the country that Pakistan does support Iran. And when the war started, you can take a look at my page. I retweeted a Chinese analyst who discusses the relationship between China, Pakistan, and Iran, and where we are vis-a-vis all three of those countries, and why there isn't strong support, let's say, from China vocally for Iran. I don't agree with everything that's in that article, but it does shed light on it. So I don't believe that Asim Munir being here they're going to give bases to the United States, because the last time Pakistan did that, we had 20 years of drone bombing and a refugee crisis. So it's not in Pakistan's interest to be supporting any adventure in Iran. And I will remind you that there were 20 Indians arrested in Iran spying for Mossad. So there's clearly a link between India and Israel. And in May, there's speculation the war in May was to see Pakistan's resolve in response to not only India, but Israel. Because if there is a regional war, there's no way Pakistan isn't sucked into it. And they wanted to see how will Pakistan respond. And I kind of suspect that after the war, Pakistan won, or this brief scuffle with India, China is rushing J-35s to Pakistan. Even though Pakistan doesn't need J-35s, their J-10s took on the Rafaels very well, as you know. So what is the reason for rushing J-35s to Pakistan? My personal belief is that if there's an escalation, those J-35s may have to take on the F-35s of Israel. That's my personal opinion, no proof there.
Thanks for that, Rocket Man. And I agree that was a big mistake for Pakistan. And I'm hoping it is a diplomatic move. And I think what you say does have some credence to it. I mean, we can't pin anything there. I think they're going to have to play this politically, but I do hope they are going to make the right move. And I do believe it, because I think he's a good guy.
Yeah, one last thing. Before the war started, in Asim Munir's speeches, he spoke of two things, Gaza and Kashmir. And the man is a Hafiz of Quran. I mean, I would hope that he doesn't sell out his own people. I mean, that is the hope, right? So, inshallah.
Yeah, he's always come across to me as somebody who has integrity compared to previous, the Chief of Army Staff, Bajwa, and stuff like that. So thanks for that.
Agreed.
I appreciate it. Jared, jump in, and then I'll come to you, Junior.
Thanks so much for bringing me up. Hey, last night I brought up those two polls that AIPAC was bragging about and the Senate Republicans were bragging about. And today I saw CNN basically bragging even higher numbers in support of striking Iran to take out their nuclear program. So I keep seeing these polls on the one hand that show a clear majority do not want us to go to war for Israel against Iran. Yet when the poll is worded to talk about Iran's nuclear program, a strong majority supposedly supports airstrikes. I mean, it's just like, for me, it's like a big black pill. It's like, have we not learned anything? It's like Groundhog Day all over again. And as I was saying last night, this is important because this is how they sold the Iraq war. When people hear the word nuclear, they get scared and they think nuclear weapon. And I don't know how we get around this. I mean, it may be too late at this point, but I just wondered if anybody else noticed this.
Jared, where are the other polls from? Because there's only really like 3 good polling agencies.
CNN, I don't know exactly I don't know if it was a CNN poll,
You
but
you can't do TV polls, because don't forget, it's like, no offense to Suleiman, it's like doing a Suleiman poll. Like, majority of his audience leans one way. It's not going to be a good poll. Like, the only ones that do good polls is Pew, Gallup, and YouGov, and that's about it. Everything else is
you might be
bullshit.
right. You might be right, but the problem is they're presenting this data to the public, and again,
I saw the Republicans. I saw the Republicans say that 87% of Republicans support striking Iran, and where the hell are they getting that from? That's complete bullshit.
Well, APAC said they were getting theirs from Harvard Harris, and I know Suleiman was saying last night he didn't think
Harvard
the sample
Harris is
sizes.
completely, but you can go online and look at poll biases, and Harvard Harris scores the lowest for over 2 decades. It's a bullshit poll.
That's good to know, but they're still using these polls to push this. And again, I think they're relying on the public's fear of the word nuclear. Most people don't understand that nuclear can mean nuclear power. They think WMD, just like, I mean, again, it's Groundhog Day all over again. I cannot believe America has not learned. It's just very frustrating.
I get you. I get frustrated a lot about polls because I did $1 million worth of surveys per month for like 3 years. I understand how polls work really, really well. And there's so much bullshit polling out there, and Harvard Harris is the worst, the worst. They're not even census matched, meaning you can't go through and see how random the study was. And typically they're very low participation, so you don't even get good numbers anyway, even if they did do it the right way. It is
So
extremely biased.
did you ever find out how the Senate Republicans came up with that ridiculous figure yesterday? I know
No, no.
you showed the polling results, and there were nothing. It did not match what they were claiming at all.
Yeah, I showed the Pew results, and Pew is actually considered the best polling out of all of them. That's why governments typically don't use Pew Research, because it'll give you a pretty accurate number. You don't even see Pew being used very much in elections. You might see like 2 polls in the entire election cycle from Pew,
I thought
because
you were
Pew
showing
goes deep.
YouGov. Are you sure it wasn't YouGov that you presented?
No, it was definitely Pew, because YouGov is one that I'm like iffy on. It can be a little bit manipulated. Pew and Gallup are better, but
But here's
YouGov
the
is
problem.
pretty okay.
Here's the problem. Trump is not sophisticated as you. He's not as smart as you. And so they're feeding him these polls. I guarantee you they're feeding him these polls.
Yeah,
It's
that's why
just
I
what a
hope
mess.
millions of people go out. And that's why I hope for the first. Typically, I don't think going out on the street does much. Right now, I think millions of people on the street would send a huge message, more than for any other reason than this. I really do.
I agree, and I wish that last weekend's protest had any semblance of discussion about this. They didn't. It's just bizarre to me. Like, most of my friends on the left have no idea that this was about to happen. Now they're they're liking my post on Facebook, but last weekend they had no idea. Hate to be a black pill, guys.
Sorry, Jared, what'd you say?
I said I hate to be a black pill. It's just frustrating. I mean, I'm 56. I saw the Iraq war go down the same way, and it just bothers me so much that it's about to happen again. I thought we learned lessons since then, but we haven't. But we do have each other here on the spaces now that we didn't have back then. So, kind of like what that other guy was saying, I think there is room for optimism. Ultimately, I think we're going to win, but what a mess is going to be created beforehand.
Yeah, but what is winning though, Jared? Is it just America saying they're not going to get overtly, even though they're covertly involved in Iran, not overtly be involved in Iran, and is that it? Or is it the fight for your lives to kick Israel out of your country? Which is winning?
Yeah, winning would be to see Israel fall. That's what I think would be winning.
Khaleesi, I think if he does it overtly, we're going to have a very different country when it's over.
Joa, do you think that Trump is just going to make a show of bombing, or do you think he's going to go for regime change?
America always goes for regime change. In the Middle East, they always go for regime change.
They're going for regime change right now. They're fueling the jets that are going in there to bomb buildings in the hope that they can kill Khamenei. What more?
But do you guys think that maybe Trump
is there any example of where it's worked? I mean,
No, no,
they
no, no,
they
no, no.
just did regime change in Syria with someone they used to hunt. Like it's absolutely insane.
Oh
Ukraine
no,
is
I
this
know it doesn't
mess.
work.
Most Americans don't even know what's happening is you in Ukraine is because of American regime change, and most Americans don't even know that. You had U.S. senators handing out cookies to people like trying to turn over the government, and people are completely blind to it. They don't understand how often America gets involved and does this, but we do this on purpose. And if you go to any AI and you say how much regime change has America done and what is the result, many of the dictators that we backed in South America became murderous dictators killing millions of civilians. America
Right,
put them in place, and we did the
right.
same exact shit in Middle East, and we act like we're the good guys.
But here's the difference. I don't know. I think that Trump expected Israel to be far more successful with the strike, the surprise attack it did Thursday night. I think Trump was taken aback by this. I think he really expected Israel to do the job for him. And
I agree with that.
so this is the one positive possible silver lining here. Maybe Trump really does see now that this is very dangerous, and maybe he just wants to save face by bombing the hell out of parts of Iran. And yeah, I mean, he's going to still support Israel trying to do regime change on the ground with terrorism, but I'm hoping that he's smart enough to realize what a mess this is.
Jared, I think the only thing that he'll realize is that Middle East, like Qatar and Saudi Arabia, are not for this. They're the ones who are enriching him the most. He would be hurting himself by doing so, and that's what stops him.
But aren't kind of behind the scenes supporting this? I mean, they're helping Israel knock down drones and knock them, aren't they? Isn't Saudi Arabia helping?
Yeah, but they've come out and said that they don't support this. I mean,
Well,
they could
that's
be
one
doing
thing to
differently
say.
behind the scenes, but
Right, that's what I'm saying. I think they hate Iran. You know, Iran is embarrassing the hell out of these Arab leaders. I mean, they're making them look so pathetic. So I think they would be happy to see Iran taken out, unless they know that Iran will, excuse my language, I'm not going to say the F word, screw them up. You know,
but Jared, like example, think of it: Qatar, Dubai, like all the people on that coastline, they cannot afford an uncertainty in Iran. They know what America has done in the past when they change regimes. They are highly dependent on shipping. They're highly dependent on being connected to global finance. They cannot afford not knowing. Like Khomeini's much more like you know what you get. Like he's not interfering with those countries. That's good for them, right? If they don't
right?
know what's going in, that's not good for them. So I do not think that like in the back end, they're helping Israel. I really don't. I mean, they
Okay.
can be. I know Israel's very involved in Dubai and they're using a lot of Israeli technology today. I know that because I would see ads when I was just in Dubai about it and how cooperation with Israel, blah blah blah. But they can't afford like a wild card right across the 150 kilometers, I think it is, across the sea from them. They can't afford that.
Do you think Iran is going to, not going to use the F word, really screw things up for those Gulf states, as as a
As
if the United States attacks?
as a last resort, yeah, they have to. They have no other
Well, what
choice.
would be the last resort? I mean, what can you be more specific? Like, what does the U.S.
Because Palantir will protect bribe Donald and his friends with the Epstein files and 9/11. Truth be told, he knows it's wrong, but another war over those files. D1 says, what are the chances that China or Russia come to aid the Iran after the U.S. joins the strikes against them? I don't. Very low, bro. Very low. Niga's Groiper says, Trump's been cucked by that Jay Mullah, plus his daughter got married to a Jay, so yeah. Cutie man, I think Israel did what they want to do. Photon says, who backs Israel more, USA or Great Britain? Rothschilds were gifted Israel by Great Britain, and they're...
Okay, guys, I'm done for the night. Let's see here. Yeah, nothing seems to be happening tonight, so I'm going to cut off for the night. I will at some point go over the Ted Cruz interview, because that is telling on what's going on. It just goes to show you how, our government is not in our corner. It is pathetic how bad it is, and they don't care anymore. I mean, this is so demoralizing. It's not even. I mean, it's difficult to even talk about right now. But I'm going to cut out for tonight. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you probably tomorrow. Have a good night. Subscribe, click the like button, and we'll see you tomorrow.